Welcome back to another story on Arise Harry. This time, we're bringing you, what if the sorting hat refused to sort Harry and declared him too powerful for any single house? Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The hat screamed. The lake was black glass under a sky choked with stars, and Harry couldn't stop staring at it. He'd pressed his face so close to the boat's edge that the tip of his nose nearly touched the water, and he could feel the cold rising off the surface in waves. Somewhere behind him, Neville Longbottom was gripping both sides of their little boat like it might flip at any moment, knuckles white and breath shallow. The big kid, Hagrid had called him Seamus, was leaning the opposite direction, craning his neck up at the castle. Harry should have been looking at the castle too. Everyone else was. It erupted from the cliff face like it had grown there, all towers and lit windows and impossible geometry, and the other first years were gasping and pointing and whispering to each other. It was the most extraordinary thing Harry had ever seen in his life. But the lake held him. Something moved under the surface. Not a fish. Something large and slow that displaced the water in a rolling wave, and Harry watched the reflected stars bend and ripple and reform. The hair on his arms stood up. Not from the cold. You all right? Ron Weasley's voice came from beside him, a little strained. Ron had gone pale the moment they'd climbed into the boats, and Harry suspected he wasn't much of a swimmer. Yeah, Harry said. Did you see that? In the water? Ron didn't look. Nope. Don't want to. My brothers told me there's a giant squid in there, and honestly, mate, I've had enough surprises for one day. Harry sat back. The feeling faded, that strange pull, like the lake had been humming at a frequency only he could hear. He shook it off and finally looked up at the castle properly. It looked, he thought, like the kind of place where anything could happen. Good things. Terrible things. Things that didn't have names yet. He wanted to go inside so badly his chest ached. The boats scraped against the underground harbor's stone lip, and Hagrid's lantern swung ahead of them as they climbed slippery steps single file. Harry's robes were too long, second-hand, from a bin in Madame Malkin's back room, and he kept stepping on the hem. Ron grabbed his elbow when he stumbled on the third step. Cheers, Harry muttered. Can't have you dying before we even get inside, Ron said. Fred and George would never forgive me. They've got a bet going on whether you'll end up in Gryffindor or not. What do they think? Fred says Gryffindor for sure. George says you've got a dark horse Hufflepuff energy. Ron grinned. I told them they're both mental. What do you think? Ron shrugged, but his ears went pink. I think wherever you end up, you'll be all right. It was such a simple, kind thing to say that Harry didn't know how to respond. He'd known Ron for exactly 6 hours, since a freckled, gangly boy with a smudge of dirt on his nose had asked if the compartment was free, and already Ron felt like someone Harry had been waiting to meet his whole life. That probably sounded stupid. Harry didn't care. They emerged into an entrance hall so vast that Harry couldn't see the ceiling. Torches lined the walls, real fire, flickering and alive, and the stone floor was worn smooth by centuries of feet. The noise hit him next, hundreds of voices echoing from behind an enormous set of double doors, the scrape of benches, laughter. The rest of the school was already inside. A tall witch in emerald robes stood waiting for them at the top of a short staircase. She had the kind of face that suggested she had never once in her life tolerated nonsense. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said. Her voice cut through the chatter instantly. I am Professor McGonagall. In a few moments, you will pass through these doors and be sorted into your houses. Your house will be your family during your time here. Triumphs will earn you points. Rule breaking will lose them. The sorting ceremony will begin shortly. She looked them over. Her gaze paused on Harry, on the scar, for half a second longer than anyone else. Then she turned and disappeared through a side door. The whispering started immediately. Is that really him? Harry Potter, look, you can see the scar, My mum said he killed you-know-who when he was a baby." Harry stared at the floor. He'd gotten used to being stared at in the wrong way at the Dursleys, as a nuisance, a freak, something to be hidden away. This was different. These kids were staring at him like he was a chapter in a textbook, and he could feel the weight of a story he didn't remember being written about him. "Ignore them," Ron muttered. "Harry Potter." Harry looked up. The blonde boy from Madame Malkin's was standing in front of him, flanked by two kids built like young refrigerators. Draco Malfoy. Harry remembered the name because Malfoy had said it like it was supposed to mean something. "We meet again." Malfoy extended his hand. His smile was precise, practiced, the kind of smile you learn, not the kind you feel. "I think you'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there." Ron made a noise that was almost a laugh. Malfoy's eyes slid sideways. "Think something's funny, Weasley?" "Loads of things," Ron said. "Your hair, mostly." Malfoy's jaw tightened. Before he could respond, the doors swung open and McGonagall reappeared, and whatever Malfoy had been about to say evaporated. They filed into the Great Hall. Harry forgot about Malfoy immediately. The ceiling wasn't there. Or rather, it was there but it looked exactly like the sky outside, black velvet studded with stars, wisps of cloud drifting between the constellations. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students in black robes, their faces lit by hundreds of floating candles. At the far end, a high table held the teachers. Harry spotted Hagrid's massive shape, and next to the empty golden chair at the center, a very old man with a silver beard that could have been tucked into his belt. Dumbledore. Harry recognized him from the chocolate frog card Ron had given him on the train. But it was the thing on the stool in front of the high table that everyone was looking at. A hat. Old, patched, frayed at the brim, with a wide rip near the base that looked almost like a mouth. The rip opened. The hat began to sing. Harry barely heard the words. Something about the four houses, their virtues, their founders, brave Gryffindor, wise Ravenclaw, loyal Hufflepuff, cunning Slytherin. The song was clever and the older students seemed to enjoy it, clapping along at certain parts. Harry was too nervous to process any of it. His palms were sweating. He wiped them on his robes. Ron leaned in. "Fred said all you have to do is put on the hat. I'm going to kill him. He told me we had to wrestle a troll." "A troll? He's a git. Both of them are." McGonagall unrolled a long scroll. "When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and place the hat on your head." She began reading names. Abbott, Hannah went to Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in cheers. Bones, Susan followed her. Boot, Terry became a Ravenclaw. Harry watched each sorting with growing unease. The hat would drop over a student's eyes, sit there for a few seconds, sometimes longer, and then shout out a house name. Simple. Clean. Everyone clapped, the student ran to their table, and the world made sense. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl from the train, the one who'd barged into their compartment looking for Neville's toad and then spent 10 minutes telling them about every book she'd already read, nearly sprinted to the stool. The hat dropped over her eyes. Harry expected it to shout Gryffindor immediately. She had that energy, all forward momentum, no fear. But the hat sat there. 5 seconds. 10. 15. Hermione's hands were clenched in her lap. Then, Ravenclaw. She pulled off the hat looking slightly dazed, like she'd expected something different. But she walked to the Ravenclaw table with her chin up, and a group of older students made room for her. More names. Longbottom, Neville took nearly a full minute, the longest yet, and was sent to Gryffindor. He forgot to take the hat off and had to jog back to return it, face burning. Malfoy barely had the hat on his head before it screamed, Slytherin, and Harry could swear the thing sounded relieved to get it over with. Then, Potter, Harry. The whispers that had been circling all evening exploded. Every head in the hall turned. Harry felt like he was walking through water as he moved toward the stool. The distance seemed to stretch. He was aware of every single eye on him, the teachers leaning forward, Dumbledore's gaze over his half-moon spectacles, curious, intent, something else Harry couldn't read. He sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness. The brim slid over his eyes, blocking out the hall, the candles, the hundreds of faces. For a moment, there was nothing. Silence. Harry's heartbeat was the loudest thing in the world. Then a voice. Not in his ears, in his head, moving through his thoughts like a hand through water. Well, well. What do we have here? Harry didn't know if he was supposed to answer. He thought, stupidly, hello. Manners. That's rare. Most children just think, not Slytherin, at me over and over. Let me see what we're working with. The voice stopped. Harry felt something, a presence rifling through him, turning over memories and feelings like pages in a book. The cupboard under the stairs. The snake at the zoo. Hagrid's umbrella shooting sparks. The wand choosing him at Ollivander's, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, and the way Mr. Ollivander's face had gone strange and still when the wand had erupted in golden light. The presence pulled back. Silence again, but different. Not thoughtful silence. Not the considering pause he'd seen with other students. This was the silence of something that was afraid. What, Harry thought. Quiet, boy. Let me look again. This isn't, no. No, this is wrong. The presence plunged back in, deeper this time, and it hurt. Not pain exactly, but pressure, like something was trying to force open a door inside him that he didn't know existed. Harry gripped the edges of the stool. His scar prickled. Then burned. Then, the hat screamed. Not a word. Not a house name. A raw, ragged sound that ripped through the great hall like a thunderclap, and Harry felt the stool shudder under him as the hat's fabric clenched around his skull. Students jerked back from their tables. A glass shattered somewhere. McGonagall lunged forward and grabbed Harry's shoulder. What in Merlin's name? The hat was still screaming. Harry reached up and tried to pull it off, but it wouldn't come. It was gripping his head with a strength old fabric shouldn't have had, and the voice inside him was spiraling, crashing through his thoughts in fragments. Too much, can't contain, all for and none, the soul, what is that, what is inside you, Albus? McGonagall shouted. Dumbledore was already on his feet. He moved fast for an old man, around the high table and down the steps, wand in hand. The hall had gone dead silent except for the hat's keening, which had dropped from a scream to a low, broken moan. Harry yanked again. The hat released all at once, and he tumbled backward off the stool, hitting the stone floor hard. The hat fell beside him, limp, its rip mouth working open and shut like it was gasping for air. Every student in the hall was standing. Harry lay on his back, staring up at the enchanted ceiling, stars wheeling overhead. His scar was on fire. His hands were shaking. He could still feel the echo of the hat's presence in his mind, the wild, panicked rummaging, and underneath it, far underneath, in a place he'd never noticed before, something else. Something that had pushed back. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's face appeared above him, blue eyes sharp and unreadable behind the spectacles. Are you hurt? No. I don't think so. Dumbledore offered his hand. Harry took it and stood on unsteady legs. The hall was so quiet he could hear the candles flickering. McGonagall had picked up the hat. She was holding it at arm's length, her face the color of parchment. Albus, it's never, in all my years, I know, Minerva. The hat's rip mouth opened. When it spoke, its voice was thin, reedy, stripped of the showmanship it had used during the song. I can't sort him. The words dropped into the silence like stones into still water. Harry felt every ripple. "Explain," Dumbledore said. His tone was gentle. His eyes were not. "He doesn't belong to one house." The Hat's voice was steadier now, but there was a tremor underneath. "He belongs to all of them. And something else, something I haven't felt since, Albus, you have to understand. Every child I've sorted for 1,000 years has had a dominant trait, a core that I can match. Courage, or cunning, or wisdom, or loyalty. This boy has all four in equal measure, and that alone would make him difficult. But there's something else inside him. Something that isn't him. Something," the Hat shuddered. "I won't sort him. I can't. Putting him in a single house would be like putting the ocean in a cup. It would break." "What would break?" McGonagall asked tightly. "The boy or the house?" The Hat didn't answer. That was answer enough. The great hall erupted. Hundreds of voices at once, confusion, fear, excitement, the scraping of benches, first-years grabbing each other's arms. Harry stood in the middle of it all, alone by the stool, and he had never felt so visible in his life. He looked for Ron and found him at the edge of the unsorted group, white-faced, staring back at Harry with something that wasn't fear but wasn't far from it. Silence. Dumbledore didn't raise his voice much, but the word carried magic in it, a weight that pressed down on the noise and crushed it flat. The student sat. "Thank you." He turned to Harry. "It seems, Mr. Potter, that we find ourselves in uncharted territory." He said it almost lightly, as if this were an amusing scheduling problem rather than the first time in living memory the Sorting Hat had refused to do its job. "You will not be sorted into a house tonight." More murmuring. Dumbledore ignored it. "Instead, you will have access to all four common rooms on a rotating schedule. You will attend classes with mixed groups. You will not compete for house points or play house Quidditch." He paused. "Your head of house will be me." Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. He didn't know what to say. "Thank you" seemed wrong. "I'm sorry" seemed worse. What came out was, "Where do I sit?" The tiniest flicker of something crossed Dumbledore's face. "Sadness, maybe." "Wherever you like, Harry." Harry looked out at the four long tables. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin. Hundreds of faces staring back at him, and not one of them was uncomplicated. Curiosity, suspicion, pity, hostility, he could read them all, and he realized with a sick lurch that this was going to be his life now. Not the boy who lived. The boy who didn't fit. He walked to the Gryffindor table because Ron was about to be sorted and Harry wanted to be near the only person in this castle who'd looked at him today and just seen a kid. He sat at the end of the bench. The Gryffindors near him shifted away slightly, not dramatically, not cruelly, but enough. Harry noticed. He pretended he didn't. The sorting resumed. McGonagall's voice was steady, but her hands weren't quite still on the scroll. The Hat sorted the remaining students without incident, as if it were trying very hard to prove it could still do its job. When Weasley, Ronald, was called, the Hat barely touched Ron's head before bellowing, "Gryffindor," and Ron practically collapsed with relief as he stumbled to the table and dropped into the seat beside Harry. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "Are you okay?" "I think so." "What happened up there? What did the Hat say to you?" "It said." Harry hesitated. The something inside him part felt too big, too dangerous to say out loud in a hall full of strangers. "It said I didn't fit." Ron's face did something complicated. Then he punched Harry's arm, lightly. "Well, that makes two of us. I don't fit anywhere either. Too many brothers already took all the good spots." Harry laughed. It came out shaky and thin, but it was real, and Ron grinned at him, and for about 3 seconds the world felt manageable. Dumbledore gave his start-of-term speech. Harry caught fragments, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, and then the golden plates filled with food and the hall filled with noise and everyone seemed to decide, at least temporarily, to stop staring at him. Harry ate roast chicken and mashed potatoes and tried not to think. Ron ate like he hadn't seen food in a week, talking between bites about his brothers, about Quidditch, about how his family's owl was ancient and half-blind. It was the most ordinary conversation Harry had ever had, and he clung to it. Across the hall, at the Ravenclaw table, Hermione Granger was watching him. Harry caught her eye once. She didn't look away. She had a book open next to her plate. She'd brought a book to the sorting feast, and her expression wasn't curiosity or pity. It was something sharper. Analytical. Like Harry was a problem she intended to solve. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was watching him too. But when Harry looked over, Malfoy turned away immediately, leaning in to whisper something to the big kid beside him. 2 tables. 2 pairs of eyes. Harry felt like a specimen. The feast wound down. Dumbledore stood again, gave warnings about the 3rd-floor corridor and the Forbidden Forest, introduced the teachers. Harry noted them: tiny Professor Flitwick, round Professor Sprout, ghostly Professor Binns. And at the end of the high table, a man with black hair that hung like curtains around a sallow, sharp face. Professor Snape. Harry knew the name from Hagrid's offhand mentions. Potions Master. Head of Slytherin. And the moment Harry looked at him, Snape looked back, and Harry's scar gave a single, sharp throb, like a warning bell. Snape's eyes were black and flat and furious. Not at Harry, exactly. At something Harry represented. Something Snape was seeing that had nothing to do with an 11-year-old boy. Harry looked away first. The prefects led their houses out of the hall. Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, was already herding the Gryffindor first-years toward the doors, rattling off rules in a voice designed to be impressive. Ron stood up, hesitated, and looked at Harry. Where are you going? I don't know, Harry said. Percy had noticed. He frowned. Potter, you're not technically in our house, are you? You'll need to speak with the headmaster about your arrangements. He knows where to find me, Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore's voice came from directly behind them, and both Harry and Ron jumped. The headmaster had a talent for appearing without warning. Harry, if you'll walk with me. Ron gave Harry a look that said good luck and this is mental in equal measure, then followed Percy out. Harry watched him go and felt something tighten in his chest. Dumbledore walked slowly, hands clasped behind his back, and Harry fell into step beside him. They moved through corridors that twisted and climbed, past portraits that whispered and pointed, up staircases that groaned and shifted underfoot. Dumbledore didn't speak for a long time. Harry didn't either. He was too busy trying to memorize the route, but it was hopeless. The castle seemed to rearrange itself every time he blinked. You have questions, Dumbledore said finally. About 100. Pick the most important one. Harry thought about it. What the hat had said, the something else inside him, the ocean in a cup metaphor, the 1,000-year reference. All of it was terrifying. But the question that surfaced first, the one that sat in his throat like a stone, was simpler than any of that. Is something wrong with me? Dumbledore stopped walking. They were on a landing between 2 staircases, and through a narrow window, Harry could see the lake again. The moonlight made it silver. No, Dumbledore said. He said it firmly, without hesitation, and met Harry's eyes. There is nothing wrong with you, Harry. The hat said there was something inside me that wasn't me. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted, a door closing, a decision being made. The sorting hat is a remarkable magical artifact, but it is not infallible. It was designed to perform a specific task, and when it encountered something outside its parameters, it reacted with alarm. That does not mean the alarm was warranted. It was a non-answer. Harry knew it was a non-answer. But he was 11 and exhausted and his scar still hurt, so he let it go. They walked on. Two more staircases, a corridor lined with suits of armor that turned their heads to watch Harry pass, and then Dumbledore stopped in front of a painting of a woman in violet robes reading a book by candlelight. "This is Isolde," Dumbledore said. "She guards the entrance to your quarters." The woman in the painting looked up and studied Harry with calm, dark eyes. "This is the unsorted one. This is Harry." She didn't seem impressed. "Password?" Dumbledore looked at Harry. "Choose one." Harry's mind went blank. Then, Hedwig. "Charmingly simple," Isolde said, and the painting swung open. The room beyond was small but warm. A four-poster bed, not as grand as the ones Harry had glimpsed through doorways in the Gryffindor Tower earlier, but clean and solid. A desk. A window that looked out over the lake. A fireplace that crackled to life as Harry stepped inside, as if the room had been waiting for him. His trunk was already there, sitting at the foot of the bed. Hedwig's cage was on the desk, and she hooted softly when she saw him. "You'll find the room accommodating," Dumbledore said from the doorway. "It has a way of adjusting to its occupant. Breakfast is at 7:30. Your timetable will be on the desk in the morning." He paused. "Harry." "Yes." "The sorting does not define you. Never let anyone tell you otherwise." He left. The painting swung shut. Harry stood in the middle of his room, in a magical castle, in a world he'd barely known existed 2 months ago, and let out a long, unsteady breath. He sat on the bed. The mattress was soft. The sheets smelled like lavender. He pressed his palms against his eyes and tried to organize the tornado in his head. The hat had screamed. Actually screamed. In front of everyone. The whole school had seen it. By morning, the entire wizarding world would probably know. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who defeated Voldemort as a baby, and the sorting hat had looked inside him and been terrified. Something that isn't him. Something, Harry's scar throbbed. He touched it, pressing his fingertip against the raised line of tissue. It had hurt when he'd looked at Snape. It had hurt when the hat was inside his head. And right now, sitting alone in a room that belonged to no house, it was a slow, steady pulse, like a second heartbeat. He pulled his hand away. He wasn't going to think about that tonight. He changed into pajamas, let Hedwig out of her cage so she could stretch on the windowsill, and climbed into bed. The fire dimmed on its own, as if the room could sense he wanted to sleep. Through the window, the lake was a dark mirror. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep didn't come. He lay there for an hour, maybe more, listening to the castle. It was never quiet, not really. There were distant footsteps, the groan of shifting stone, the wind through high towers. But underneath all of it, Harry could feel something else. A low hum, almost below the range of hearing, vibrating through the walls and the floor and the bed frame and into his bones. The castle was alive. Not alive like a person or an animal, alive like a forest, or a river, or a storm. Something vast and ancient and aware, and right now, it was aware of him. Harry pressed his hand flat against the stone wall beside his bed. The hum intensified, just slightly. Like a greeting. "Hello," Harry whispered. He felt foolish immediately. But the hum shifted, warmed, and a draft that had been seeping through the window stopped. The room grew cozier. Harry pulled the blankets tighter and wondered if he was losing his mind. Sleep came eventually, sudden and deep, and Harry dreamed of a dark room with a mirror in it and someone standing on the other side of the glass, watching him with red eyes. He woke gasping, drenched in sweat, and the room was different. Not wrong different. The furniture hadn't moved. But the fire had roared back to life on its own, bright and crackling, and on the desk beside Hedwig's cage, a glass of water had appeared that hadn't been there before. Harry grabbed it and drank. His hands were shaking. The dream was already fading. Red eyes. A high, cold voice saying something he couldn't quite know. Gone. Harry looked at the clock on the wall. 5:30 in the morning. Too early for breakfast. Too late to go back to sleep. He got dressed, pulled on his robes, plain black, no house crest, no colored tie, and slipped out through Isolde's portrait. She was asleep in her painting, snoring softly against her book. The corridors were empty. Dawn light filtered through high windows, turning the stone gold. Harry walked without direction, letting his feet choose, and the castle seemed to cooperate. Staircases held still for him, doors drifted open as he approached, and once, a corridor that had been a dead end simply extended, revealing a new passage that curled downward toward the sound of water. Harry followed it. He emerged at the edge of the castle's inner courtyard, where a fountain shaped like a dragon trickled water into a stone basin. The sky was pale pink and orange. The air smelled like dew and old stone. He sat on the fountain's edge and breathed. "You're up early." Harry nearly fell into the fountain. He spun around. Hermione Granger was standing in the courtyard entrance, her Ravenclaw tie already perfectly knotted, a book, Hogwarts, a history, Harry noticed, under her arm. She looked like she'd been awake for hours. "Couldn't sleep," Harry said. "Me neither." She walked over and sat beside him, leaving a careful distance between them. "I was in the library. It opens at 5 for Ravenclaws." "Well, it opens at 5 for anyone, actually, but only Ravenclaws are awake to use it." "Right." Silence. Hermione opened her book, then closed it. Opened it again. Closed it. She was working up to something. "Just ask," Harry said. "What did it feel like? When the hat was on your head?" Harry considered lying. Considered saying fine or weird or I don't want to talk about it. But Hermione was looking at him with an intensity that wasn't invasive, it was honest. She genuinely wanted to understand. "It felt like being searched," he said. "Like someone going through your drawers, but the drawers are inside your head. And then it found something it didn't expect, and it panicked." "What did it find?" "I don't know." "That was mostly true." Hermione chewed her lip. "The sorting hat was created by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. It's supposed to be able to read any magical signature and match it to a house. In 1,000 years, it sorted tens of thousands of students. The fact that it couldn't sort you means either you're something it wasn't designed to recognize, or you're something it was designed to recognize and reject." Harry stared at her. "That's a terrifying way to put it." "Sorry. I think out loud." She pulled Hogwarts, a history into her lap. "I've been looking through this. There's no record of the hat ever refusing to sort someone. But the early chapters are vague about the founder's era, there are gaps in the history. Whole decades missing. I think there might be more to the hat's purpose than just sorting. You've been at Hogwarts for about 8 hours and you've already got a conspiracy theory." She shot him a look. "I've been at Hogwarts for about 8 hours and I've already seen something happen that every book says is impossible. That's not a conspiracy theory, that's a data point." Harry almost smiled. "Fair enough." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "The other students are talking about you. I heard them in the Ravenclaw common room last night. Some of them think you're dangerous." The word landed heavily. Harry looked at the fountain. The dragon's stone mouth dribbled water steadily, catching the early light. "Do you?" he asked. "I think dangerous and powerful aren't the same thing," Hermione said carefully. "And I think anyone who decides you're one or the other before actually getting to know you is an idiot." It was the most Hermione Granger thing she could have said, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest. "Thanks. I'm going to figure out what the hat sensed," she said, standing up and tucking her book under her arm. "I just wanted you to know that someone's looking into it who isn't going to be scared off." She walked away, back toward the castle entrance, and Harry sat by the fountain in the growing dawn light and thought, too. Ron and Hermione. Two people in this entire castle who looked at him and didn't flinch. It wasn't much. But it was more than he'd ever had before. By the time Harry made it to the Great Hall for breakfast, the 4 house tables were buzzing with conversation that stopped and started every time he moved. He paused in the doorway, trayless, crestless, and completely unsure where to go. The Gryffindor table had Ron, who was waving at him over a pile of toast. The Ravenclaw table had Hermione, who gave him a small nod. The Hufflepuff table had a group of first-years who were watching him with open, uncertain curiosity. And the Slytherin table had Draco Malfoy, who was buttering a piece of bread with the careful nonchalance of someone who knew he was being watched. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat next to Ron. "Morning," Ron said through a mouthful of eggs. "Sleep all right?" "Not really." "Same. Neville talks in his sleep. Something about his grand's handbag." Ron pushed a plate of toast toward him. "Eat. You look like death." "Thanks, Ron. Anytime." The Morning Post arrived in a storm of wings. Owls of every size and color swooped through the hall, dropping letters and packages. A few of them circled Harry, as if confused about where to deliver. He had no house table, no fixed address within the castle. One finally dropped a timetable in front of him, along with a short note in purple ink. "Harry, your schedule has been arranged so that you attend classes with different houses each day. Mondays and Wednesdays with Gryffindor, Tuesdays and Thursdays with Ravenclaw, Fridays with a mixed Hufflepuff Slytherin group. This may change." A.D. Ron read it over his shoulder. "Blimey. You get to meet everyone. Or everyone gets to stare at me in a new setting every day. Glass half full, mate." The first class was Transfiguration, with Gryffindor. Harry walked the corridors with Ron and Neville, and it should have felt normal except that every student they passed did a double take at Harry's blank robes. No crest. No tie. No house colors. He might as well have been wearing a sign that said Aberration. McGonagall's classroom was neat and orderly, like the woman herself. She started them on turning matches into needles, a simple exercise in basic transfiguration principles, and Harry was grateful for something concrete to focus on. He picked up his match. Held his wand the way the textbook described. Said the incantation. The match didn't become a needle. It became a needle, then a pin, then a small silver fish that flopped once on the desk and went still. Harry stared at it. McGonagall was beside him in 3 strides. She picked up the silver fish and turned it over in her fingers. Her expression was utterly unreadable. "That," she said quietly, "is not what I asked for, Mr. Potter. I'm sorry, I didn't say it was wrong." She set the fish down. It had become a needle, a perfect needle, silver and sharp. "I said it wasn't what I asked for. There's a difference. Try again. Concentrate on the specific outcome." Harry tried again. This time the match became a needle on the first attempt, clean and simple. McGonagall nodded and moved on. But Harry had seen her face in that unguarded moment when she'd held the fish, and the look in her eyes hadn't been disapproval. It had been awe, cut with a thin edge of fear. The rest of the day passed in a blur of new classes and new stares. Charms with Flitwick, who toppled off his stack of books when he read Harry's name, but at least had the good grace to be cheerful about it. History of Magic with Binns, who was a ghost and therefore the only teacher completely unimpressed by Harry's presence. Herbology with Sprout, who smiled at him warmly and treated him exactly like everyone else, and Harry liked her immediately for it. Between classes, the corridors were a minefield. Older students pointed. Younger students whispered. A group of Slytherin third-years blocked his path on the way to lunch, and their leader, a heavy-set boy with mean eyes, looked Harry up and down and said, "So you're the one the hat couldn't handle. What are you, then? A squib in disguise?" "Leave it, Marcus," one of the others muttered, glancing around. "I'm just asking a question." Marcus stepped closer. The hat said there was something wrong with you, Potter. Something inside you that shouldn't be there. What is it? Harry's scar pulsed. The torches on the wall flickered. I don't know, Harry said evenly. But if you'd like to find out, keep standing that close. He hadn't meant it as a threat. Not exactly. But something in his voice, or something in the air around him, made Marcus take a step back. The torches steadied. Marcus laughed it off, called Harry a freak, and walked away with his friends. Harry's hands were trembling. The torches had flickered. He'd felt it, a surge of something, hot and electric, rushing up from his core and pushing outward. It had happened before, at the Dursleys. The glass at the zoo. Aunt Marge's wineglass. But this had felt different. More controlled. Like it was waiting for him to aim it. He didn't tell Ron. He didn't tell anyone. That evening, Harry used the rotating schedule to visit the Ravenclaw common room. It was everything the Gryffindor common room wasn't, high-ceilinged and airy, with bookshelves built into every wall and a domed ceiling painted with star charts. You had to answer a riddle to get in. The bronze eagle knocker asked Harry, what has roots as nobody sees, is taller than trees, up, up it goes, and yet never grows. A mountain, Harry said, and the door swung open. Hermione was in a corner armchair, surrounded by a fortress of books. She looked up when Harry dropped into the chair opposite her. Find anything? He asked. 3 things. She pulled a heavy volume toward her and opened it to a bookmarked page. First, the Sorting Hat was created around 993 AD by all 4 founders working together. It contains a fragment of each of their consciousness, which is how it can evaluate students against all 4 sets of values. Second, the hat's creation coincides with a period of major upheaval at Hogwarts, but the texts are deliberately vague about what kind of upheaval. Third, she turned to another bookmark. There's a passing reference in Great Wizarding Events of the Middle Ages to a student in the Founders' era who was beyond the scope of the sorting. That's the exact phrase. Beyond the scope. No name. No details. Just that one line, buried in a footnote. So it has happened before. Once. Maybe. 1,000 years ago, and someone went to a lot of trouble to make sure the details didn't survive. Hermione's eyes were bright. Harry, whatever the hat sensed in you, there's a precedent. And the fact that the precedent was scrubbed from history suggests that someone, at some point, was very scared of it. Harry leaned back in his chair. The Ravenclaw common room hummed quietly around them, students studying, debating, a group playing wizard's chess in the corner. Nobody was paying much attention to Harry. Ravenclaws, it turned out, were more interested in their own projects than in staring at him. Hermione, Harry said slowly, the hat said there was something inside me that isn't me. What if I am dangerous? Then we figure out what it is and we deal with it, Hermione said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. That's what knowledge is for. You don't run from a question, you answer it. Harry nodded. He didn't fully believe her, didn't fully believe that knowing would make it better instead of worse. But having someone willing to look, willing to dig, willing to say we instead of you, that mattered more than answers. He left the Ravenclaw Tower at 9, climbing back toward his own room through corridors that the castle seemed to light especially for him, torches flaring to life as he approached and dimming after he passed. The paintings murmured to each other as he went by. He caught fragments, the unsorted one, hasn't happened since, Dumbledore must know, he was passing the corridor that led to the staff room when he heard the voices. Low. Urgent. Coming from behind a door that was slightly ajar. Harry stopped. He should have kept walking. He should have gone to bed. But the voices belonged to people talking about him, and Harry was 11 years old and his whole life had just been upended, and he pressed himself against the wall and listened. Cannot simply pretend this is normal, Albus. Snape's voice. Cold, clipped, each word bitten off. The hat detected a second presence in the boy. You know what that means. I know what it might mean. Dumbledore. Calm. Infuriatingly calm. There are many explanations, there is one explanation. And you've known it since the night you left him on that doorstep. Snape's voice cracked on the last word, and in that crack, Harry heard something that didn't match the cold, hostile man who'd stared at him across the great hall. He heard anguish. Lily's son, Albus. And you put him in that house, with those people, knowing what he carried. What I knew, Severus, was that the protections of blood would keep him safe until he was ready. Ready for what? To come to this school and have the Sorting Hat scream in front of 300 students that there's a piece of the Dark Lord living inside his skull. Harry stopped breathing. The world went very still. The corridor. The torches. The air in his lungs. Everything froze. A piece of the Dark Lord. Living inside his skull. That is a theory, Severus. Not a certainty. Don't play word games with me. The scar. The connection. The Parseltongue, yes, I know about the snake at the zoo. Arabella Figg's reports were quite detailed. And now the hat confirms it. The boy is carrying a fragment of the most dangerous dark wizard in history, and you have done nothing. I have done everything. Dumbledore's voice had changed. The calm was gone. Underneath it was iron, hard, cold, absolute. Everything in my power to ensure that boy has a chance at a life worth living. I will not condemn him for something that was done to him without his knowledge or consent. And neither will you. Silence. Harry's pulse was so loud in his ears he was sure they could hear it through the door. He has Lily's eyes. Snape's voice was barely a whisper. Something raw and broken in it. Every time I look at him, I see her eyes in James Potter's face, and now you tell me there's a piece of the thing that murdered her looking back at me through them. Then look harder, Severus. Because what I see is a boy. A frightened, lonely boy who has just been told, in front of everyone, that he doesn't belong. And I will not allow our fears to become his prison. The conversation ended. Harry heard footsteps, Snape's, sharp and fast, heading for the door. Harry ran. He didn't think about it, didn't plan, his body moved on pure adrenaline, carrying him down the corridor and around a corner just as the door opened and Snape's black robe swept out into the hallway. Harry pressed his back against the wall and slid down until he was sitting on the cold stone floor. His chest was heaving. His scar burned. A piece of the Dark Lord living inside his skull. The hat's words came back, recontextualized and horrible, something that isn't him. Something, not something. Someone. Voldemort. A fragment of Voldemort, buried inside Harry's scar like a splinter in skin, and it had been there his whole life. Every headache. Every nightmare. Every time his scar pulsed and burned and whispered in a voice he couldn't quite hear. Harry pressed his palms against the floor. The stone was cold. Real. Solid. He focused on that, the temperature, the texture, the grounding reality of rock, and breathed. He could fall apart. He could run. He could go to Dumbledore and scream and demand answers and have every right to do it. Instead, he stood up. His legs were unsteady. His hands shook. But he stood. He walked back to Isolde's portrait. Said Hedwig. Went inside. Sat on his bed. Looked at his hands in the firelight and thought about a boy who didn't belong to any house, who carried a monster's soul behind his scar, who had 2 friends in a castle of hundreds. Hedwig landed on his knee. Her amber eyes were steady and unblinking. I'm okay, Harry told her. It was a lie, and she probably knew it, but she nipped his finger gently and settled against his leg, and the warmth of her was enough. Tomorrow there would be more classes. More stairs. More whispers. Ron would save him a seat at the Gryffindor table. Hermione would have a new theory and 3 new books. The castle would hum beneath his feet, alive and ancient and, for reasons Harry didn't understand, on his side. And inside his scar, in that dark place the hat had found, something would be waiting. Harry lay down. Pulled the covers up to his chin. The fire dimmed. He didn't dream. Chapter 2, No Man's Land. The first week at Hogwarts should have been magical. And it was, in the most literal, chaotic, overwhelming sense of the word. But for Harry, every spell learned and every wonder discovered came wrapped in a layer of isolation that he couldn't quite shake, no matter how hard he tried. Monday morning started with double potions. Harry had been dreading this one. The dungeons were cold, the air heavy with the smell of damp stone and something chemical that burned the back of his throat. The Gryffindors filed in on one side, the Slytherins on the other, and Harry stood in the doorway for a beat too long, unsure which side to take. Ron waved him over to the Gryffindor benches. Harry sat. The door slammed open before anyone could settle. Snape swept in like a storm front, black robes billowing, and took his place at the front of the room. He didn't greet them. He didn't smile. He spoke in a near whisper that somehow filled every corner of the dungeon. There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class. His eyes moved across the room. They found Harry and stopped. Harry held the gaze. After what he'd overheard 2 nights ago, a piece of the Dark Lord living inside his skull, looking at Snape felt different. The hostility was still there, but now Harry could see what was underneath it. Not hatred. Something more complicated. Something that looked almost like grief wearing anger's mask. Ah. Mr. Potter. Snape's lip curled. Our new celebrity. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry had no idea. He'd read the textbook on the train, but it had been a lot of information and he'd been distracted by chocolate frogs and Ron's impression of his mother. I don't know, sir. Pity. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Hermione's hand would have been up if she'd been in this class. Harry could practically feel her phantom arm shooting toward the ceiling from across the castle. I don't know, sir. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? I don't know. Harry kept his voice level. But I think if you keep asking me things we haven't learned yet, we're going to be here a while. Ron choked on a laugh. The Gryffindor side rippled with suppressed grins. The Slytherin side went very still. Draco Malfoy, 2 rows back, had a look on his face that was halfway between horror and admiration. Snape's expression didn't change. But something shifted in those black eyes, a flicker, quickly buried. A point from Gryffindor, he said softly. For your cheek. I'm not in Gryffindor, Harry said. The dungeon went silent. Snape stared at him. Harry stared back. He hadn't meant to be defiant, it was simply a fact. He didn't have house points to lose. He didn't belong to Gryffindor, or Slytherin, or anywhere. Snape's jaw worked. Then a point from nowhere, he said, and the word came out like it tasted bitter. He turned away. Open your books to page 7. Now. Ron leaned over as they fumbled with their cauldrons. That was either the bravest or the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Probably both, Harry muttered. Mate, you can't lose house points. Do you realize what that means? You're basically invincible. I also can't earn them. Or win the house cup. Or do anything that actually connects me to anyone in this school. Ron's grin faded. Right. Yeah. Sorry. Don't be. Just help me figure out what asphodel is before Snape comes back. They muddled through the potion, a simple boil cure, and Harry's turned out perfectly. Not because he had any natural talent for potions, but because he followed the instructions exactly, double-checking every step, unwilling to give Snape a single legitimate reason to criticize him. Snape walked past his cauldron at the end of class, glanced at the contents, and said nothing. For Snape, Harry was learning, saying nothing was as close to a compliment as you could get. The Slytherin students filed out first. Malfoy lingered at the door, caught Harry's eye, and gave him a nod, small, quick, almost imperceptible. Then he was gone. What was that about? Ron asked, watching Malfoy's retreating back. No idea. I don't trust him. I don't trust anyone yet, Harry said. Except you. Ron's ears went red. Well. Good. Yeah. Good. They walked to lunch together, and the castle's corridors were starting to feel less like a maze and more like something Harry could navigate. Not because he was learning the layout, he was fairly certain the layout was impossible to learn, but because the castle kept adjusting for him. Staircases that should have moved held still as he crossed them. Dead-end corridors developed doors that hadn't been there yesterday. Once, a tapestry shifted aside as Harry approached, revealing a shortcut that shaved 10 minutes off the walk to the Great Hall. Ron noticed but didn't comment the first few times. By Thursday, he couldn't hold it in anymore. The castle likes you, he said, stopping in the middle of a corridor that had just widened slightly as Harry walked through it. I'm not imagining it. The walls literally move for you. Don't be ridiculous. Harry, that suit of armor just bowed when you walked past. Harry looked back. The suit of armor was standing at perfect attention, its visor raised, and if metal could look innocent, this one was trying very hard. It's an old castle. Things move. Things move for you. Ron wasn't scared. He looked fascinated, the way he looked when he talked about Quidditch or chess. Fred and George have been mapping the castle for years. They've got this whole, well, I probably shouldn't tell you about that. Point is, they say the castle has a mind of its own. But I've never seen it play favorites. Harry didn't have an answer for that. He'd felt the hum on his first night, the low vibration through the walls, like a heartbeat. It hadn't gone away. If anything, it had gotten stronger. Sometimes he could feel the castle's awareness like a presence at the edge of his mind, vast and patient and warm. Not speaking to him. More like, recognizing him. He definitely wasn't going to tell Ron about that. Tuesday was Harry's first day with the Ravenclaws. He walked into Charms feeling like a transfer student, same school, completely different world. The Ravenclaws were organized. They had color-coded notes. One girl had already read 3 chapters ahead and was trying to teach herself non-verbal casting, which was apparently a 6th-year skill. Hermione saved him a seat. I found something, she whispered before Professor Flitwick had even started the lesson. She slid a piece of parchment across the desk. It was covered in her cramped, precise handwriting, dates, names, references. The student from the Founder's era. The unsorted one. I cross-referenced every source in the library and found a name buried in a genealogy record. Harry looked at the parchment. At the top, underlined twice, Morwenna Gaunt. Gaunt, Harry repeated. The name meant nothing to him. Old family. Very old. Pure blood, one of the oldest lines in Wizarding Britain. But here's the interesting part. Hermione pointed to a note in the margin. The Gaunt family is directly descended from Salazar Slytherin. Slytherin had descendants. All 4 founders did. Most lines died out or merged with other families over the centuries. The Gaunts kept theirs, concentrated. They were obsessed with blood purity. But Morwenna was different. She lived during the Founders' era, she was apparently powerful enough to study under all 4 of them simultaneously, and then, Hermione turned the parchment over. The other side was blank. Nothing. She vanishes from the record completely. No death date. No mention of what happened to her. Just gone. And the Sorting Hat was created right around that time. Right around that time, Hermione confirmed. I don't know what the connection is yet. But there is one. Flitwick called the class to order, and they spent the next hour practicing Wingardium Leviosa. Harry's feather shot off the desk on his first attempt, not floating, exactly, but launching straight up like a rocket and embedding itself in the ceiling. Flitwick extracted it with a wave of his wand and peered up at Harry from atop his stack of books. "Remarkable force, Mr. Potter. Let's try for a touch more finesse, shall we?" Harry tried again. This time he focused the way McGonagall had taught him, not just on the outcome, but on the specific, controlled version of the outcome. The feather lifted. It hovered. It wobbled slightly, then steadied, drifting upward in a smooth, gentle arc. Excellent. Flitwick beamed. 5 points to, oh. His smile flickered. Well. 5 points to you, Mr. Potter. Wherever you are. It was a small thing. A tiny stumble in an otherwise kind gesture. But it followed Harry out of the classroom and down the corridor and into his chest, where it sat like a stone. Wednesday was Gryffindor again, and Harry spent the afternoon in herbology wrestling with a particularly aggressive plant that kept trying to grab his wand. Professor Sprout was patient and warm, and she called him dear without any hint of pity, and Harry decided she was his favorite teacher. After class, Ron pulled him aside. "Listen, I need to tell you something, and I don't want you to get weird about it." "That's a great way to make sure I get weird about it." "Some of the Gryffindors are talking." Ron shifted his weight, uncomfortable. "About you. About the sorting. Specifically, there's this thing going around that you're, and this is stupid, I know it's stupid, that you're somehow bad luck for whatever house you sit with. That your whole unsorted thing is going to mess up the house points. That's stupid, I know. I said that. But McLaggen, this Pratt in second year, he's been going on about it, and some of the first years are buying it. Lavender and Parvati asked if you could maybe sit at a different table on days when there are points up for grabs." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. "What did you say?" "I told them if they had a problem with you sitting at our table, they could take it up with me." Ron's jaw was set. "And then McLaggen said something about my family not being in a position to make demands, and I might have." He trailed off. "Ron. I might have hit him." "Ron." It was more of a shove. A vigorous shove. "He's fine. Mostly. Look, the point is, you've got a seat at that table as long as I'm there, and anyone who doesn't like it can go sit with the giant squid." Harry stood there in the herbology courtyard, dirt under his fingernails, a scratch on his forearm from the grabby plant, and felt a wave of something he didn't have a name for. Gratitude wasn't big enough. It was more than that, it was the shock of realizing that someone would take a hit for him. That someone would choose him over comfort, over social standing, over the easy path. "You didn't have to do that," Harry said quietly. "Yeah, I did." Ron said it simply, like it was obvious, like it was the only possible answer. "You're my friend. That's how it works." Harry nodded. He didn't trust his voice to say anything more. Thursday was Ravenclaw's again, and Harry was starting to appreciate the rhythm of his strange schedule. Each house had its own energy. Gryffindor was loud and competitive, Ravenclaw was focused and intense, and he hadn't spent enough time with Hufflepuff or Slytherin yet to get a read on them. But the switching kept him off balance, never quite settling, never quite belonging. He was starting to understand that this was the point. Dumbledore wasn't being kind. He was being strategic. Keeping Harry unattached to any house meant keeping him fluid, adaptable, observable. Harry couldn't prove it, couldn't point to a specific conversation or decision, but he felt it in the way Dumbledore's eyes tracked him at mealtimes, the way the headmaster always seemed to know which corridor Harry had walked down or which common room he'd visited. Harry was an experiment. A variable being tested. The realization didn't make him angry, exactly. It made him careful. Thursday afternoon brought the class Harry had been most anxious about, defense against the dark arts. The classroom smelled like garlic. Professor Quirrell's turban was enormous, a massive purple thing that seemed to have its own gravitational field, and the man himself was a twitching, stuttering wreck who could barely make eye contact with his own students. Welcome, welcome, Quirrell stammered, gesturing vaguely at the desks. Please sit, everyone, yes, good, very good. Harry sat in the middle of the Ravenclaw section. From the moment he crossed the threshold, something was wrong. Not with the classroom. Not with the lesson. With him. His scar was burning. It wasn't the sharp stab he'd felt at the sorting feast, or the slow pulse he got at night. This was a sustained, deep burn, like someone was holding a hot coal against his forehead. Harry pressed his hand against it, trying to be subtle, but Hermione noticed immediately. "What's wrong?" she whispered. "Headache. You're white as a ghost." "I'm fine." He wasn't fine. The pain escalated as Quirrell moved around the classroom, and it was worst when Quirrell turned his back to Harry, when the turban was facing him directly. Harry tried to focus on the lesson, something about dark creatures and defensive theory, but the words washed over him like water and all he could feel was the burn in his scar and, underneath it, something else. A whisper. Thin and cold and far away, like a voice heard through layers of stone. "Boy." Harry jerked in his seat. The girl next to him, a Ravenclaw named Padma Patil, flinched away. "Sorry," Harry muttered. "Sorry, Potter." Quirrell had noticed. He turned around, and the turban swung away, and the pain in Harry's scar dialed down from a scream to a murmur. "Are you all right?" "Fine, Professor." "Sorry." Quirrell studied him. The stutter, the twitchiness, for just a second, something else looked out from behind Quirrell's watery eyes. Something sharp and calculating and very, very still. Then it was gone, and Quirrell was blinking nervously and turning back to the blackboard. Harry gripped the edge of his desk. The whisper was gone. The pain was fading. But the cold it left behind lingered, pooling at the base of his skull where the scar began. That was him, Harry thought. That was the piece of him. Not a theory anymore. Not Snape's speculation or Hermione's research. Harry had felt it, the fragment of Voldemort inside him responding to something in this classroom, something that called to it, something familiar. And Quirrell's turban had been facing him when it happened. After class, Harry didn't go to the Great Hall for dinner. He went to the library. The Hogwarts library was enormous, a cathedral of books, towering shelves that stretched into shadows, reading tables lit by enchanted candles that adjusted their brightness based on what you were studying. Madame Pants, the librarian, watched Harry enter with the suspicious gaze of someone who believed all children were potential book destroyers. Harry found a corner table and sat. He didn't pull out any books. He sat and he thought. Fact 1, there was a piece of Voldemort inside his scar. Snape had said it. The hat had sensed it. Fact 2, that piece had reacted to something in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Specifically, to Quirrell, or to Quirrell's turban. Fact 3, Snape had been injured last week. Harry had seen him limping. And Ron's brothers had mentioned in passing that there was something on the third-floor corridor, something being guarded by a giant three-headed dog. These facts didn't form a complete picture. But they formed the outline of one, and the shape was deeply troubling. "You're thinking so loudly I could hear you from the Transfiguration section." Harry looked up. Hermione set a stack of books on the table and sat across from him. She was still in her Ravenclaw robes, her tie slightly loosened, and there were ink stains on her fingers. "How did you know I was here?" Harry asked. "I know you." She said it matter-of-factly, as if they'd been friends for years instead of days. "You've got that look you get when you're processing something. What happened in defense?" Harry hesitated. He wanted to tell her everything, Snape's conversation with Dumbledore, the piece of Voldemort, the whisper. But some of it felt too dangerous to say out loud, and some of it felt too personal, and the line between the two kept shifting. "My scar hurt," he said carefully. "During Quirrell's class. It hurt when the turban was facing me. Hermione's brow furrowed. The turban? That's oddly specific. I know. Scars don't just hurt. Especially not magical ones. If your scar is reacting to a specific stimulus, that's diagnostic information. She was in research mode now, her eyes sharp. Has it hurt before? Outside of Quirrell's class. At the sorting feast. When I looked at Snape. Snape was at the high table. Quirrell was at the high table. Hermione pulled one of her books toward her and began flipping pages. Were they sitting near each other? Harry tried to remember. The feast felt like it had happened in a different lifetime. I think, yes. Quirrell was next to Snape. Or near him. So you assumed it was Snape because you were looking at Snape. But it could have been Quirrell all along. Hermione looked up. Harry, I think we've been watching the wrong person. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but a shadow fell across the table. Draco Malfoy stood at the end of their row, hands in his robe pockets, flanked by the ever-present Crabbe and Goyle. His expression was studiously casual, the sort of nonchalance that took a lot of effort to maintain. Potter. Granger. He nodded to each of them. Cozy. Can I help you, Malfoy? Harry said. I was in the neighborhood. Draco pulled out a chair and sat down uninvited. Crabbe and Goyle stationed themselves like sentries at either end of the aisle. Researching something for potions. And I couldn't help overhearing, we were whispering, Hermione said flatly. I have excellent hearing. Draco leaned forward, dropping his voice. You're wondering about Quirrell. So am I. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. My father, Draco continued, and there was something complicated in the way he said the word, pride, obligation, a hint of something darker, has connections at the ministry. He mentioned before term started that Dumbledore was making an unusual security arrangement this year. Something being kept at the school. Something valuable. Why would your father tell you that? Harry asked. Because my father wants me to be informed. And because he wants me to be friends with you, Potter. Draco said it bluntly, no pretense. He thinks you're important. The sorting confirmed it. An unsorted student, the first in 1,000 years, you're politically valuable, and my father collects valuable things. That's a charming way to put it, Hermione said. I'm not my father. The words came out fast, almost reflexive, and Draco looked surprised at himself for saying them. He recovered quickly, smoothing his expression. I'm telling you this because whatever's being guarded at the school, Quirrell is interested in it. I've seen him skulking around the 3rd floor after hours. Twice. How have you seen him? Harry asked. You'd have to be out after hours yourself. Draco smiled. It was the first genuine smile Harry had seen from him, sharp and a little reckless. I never said I was well behaved. He stood, brushed imaginary dust from his robes, and gestured to Crabbe and Goyle. Take that for what it's worth. I'm not doing this out of charity, I'm doing it because something's going on at this school and I'd rather be on the side that knows about it than the side that doesn't. He walked away. Hermione watched him go with narrowed eyes. I don't trust him, she said. You don't trust anyone. That's not true. I trust you. And Ron. And primary sources. Malfoy is none of those things. But he's not wrong about Quirrell. Hermione conceded the point with a reluctant nod. No. He's not wrong about Quirrell. They sat in the library until Madame Pants chased them out at 9 o'clock, and Harry walked Hermione to the base of the Ravenclaw Tower before heading to his own room. The corridors were quiet. The castle's hum was steady and low. Harry's scar wasn't hurting anymore, but the memory of the pain, and the whisper, sat in his mind like a splinter. Boy. One word. That was all. But it had come from inside him, from the place the hat had found, and it had been in a voice that wasn't his own. He turned a corner and nearly walked into Neville Longbottom. Neville was in his pajamas, slippers, and a dressing gown that was too big for him. He looked lost, literally lost, wandering the wrong corridor with the bewildered expression of someone who'd taken a wrong turn 3 wrong turns ago. "Harry!" Neville's face flooded with relief. "Oh, thank God. I went to the bathroom and the staircase moved and I've been walking for 20 minutes and I think I'm near the kitchens but I'm not sure. Gryffindor Tower is up," Harry said, pointing toward a staircase. 2 flights, then left at the portrait of the fat lady in the pink dress. "How do you know that? You're not even in Gryffindor." "I've been everywhere this week." Harry fell into step beside Neville. "Come on, I'll walk you back." They walked in companionable silence for a minute. Neville was clutching his dressing gown like a security blanket, and Harry could feel the nervous energy radiating off him. "Harry," Neville said quietly, "can I ask you something?" "Sure. Does it bother you? The unsorted thing?" Harry glanced at him. Neville's round face was earnest, open, completely without guile. He wasn't asking to gather gossip or satisfy curiosity. He was asking because he genuinely cared. "Yeah," Harry said. "It bothers me. I almost wasn't sorted into Gryffindor. The hat wanted to put me in Hufflepuff. I asked for Gryffindor because my parents were in Gryffindor and my gran said she'd be ashamed if I wasn't." Neville's voice dropped. "But I don't feel brave. I feel like the hat made a mistake." "Neville, the point is, you don't need a hat to tell you what you are. The hat didn't make me brave. I've got to do that myself. And whatever you are, Harry, you don't need a house to prove it." It was, Harry thought, the wisest thing anyone had said to him since he'd arrived at this school. And it came from a boy in 2 big slippers who'd gotten lost trying to find the bathroom. "Thanks, Neville. Anytime." Neville smiled. "Now please help me find Gryffindor Tower because I genuinely have no idea where we are." Harry laughed, a real, full laugh that echoed off the stone walls, and led Neville home. Friday was the day everything changed. Harry's schedule put him with the mixed Hufflepuff-Slytherin group for the first time, which meant his first proper interaction with both houses in a classroom setting. The class was flying lessons, held on the grounds, supervised by Madame Hooch. The morning was cool and clear, the grass still damp with dew. 20 broomsticks lay in 2 neat rows on the lawn. The Hufflepuffs clustered together in a cheerful, slightly nervous pack. The Slytherins stood apart, projecting an air of practiced boredom. Harry arrived alone. No Ron, Gryffindors had a free period. No Hermione, Ravenclaws had Ancient Runes introductory lectures for those interested. Just Harry and his blank, houseless robes, walking onto the pitch like a man without a country. Madame Hooch was a sharp-eyed woman with short grey hair and the build of someone who'd spent decades on a broomstick. She looked at Harry, looked at his robes, and didn't comment. "All right, everyone. Stand by a broomstick. Stick your right hand over it and say, 'Up.'" 20 voices shouted, "Up." 20 broomsticks had varying degrees of response, some shot into waiting hands, some rolled over lazily, some didn't move at all. Neville's broomstick, he was in this class too, Harry realized, a scheduling overlap, twitched pathetically. Harry said, "Up." The broomstick hit his hand so hard it stung. It vibrated in his grip, humming with energy, as if it had been waiting for him specifically. Madame Hooch's eyebrows rose. "Keen, are we?" "Right, mount your brooms. On my whistle, kick off gently, hover for a moment, then lean forward to come back down." She blew the whistle. Harry kicked off. The ground fell away and the sky opened up and Harry forgot everything. Every worry. Every fear. The scar, the hat, the whisper, the stairs, the loneliness, all of it dropped away the instant his feet left the ground. The wind hit his face and the broomstick responded to the slightest shift of his weight, and Harry wasn't thinking anymore, he was flying, climbing in a wide spiral, the castle shrinking below him, the lake glittering, the mountains purple in the distance. He'd never felt anything like this. It was freedom in its purest form, the absolute, uncomplicated joy of movement, of speed, of being exactly where he was supposed to be. Potter. Madame Hooch's voice was faint below him. Potter, get back down here this instant. Harry didn't want to come down. But he leaned forward and the broom responded, diving smoothly, and he pulled up 3 feet from the ground with a precision that made several students gasp. Madame Hooch stared at him. Her mouth opened and closed twice before she found words. That, she said, was the most reckless, irresponsible, and naturally gifted piece of flying I've seen from a first year in 30 years. Sorry, Madame Hooch. Don't be sorry. Be careful. But there was a gleam in her eye that looked a lot like excitement. The lesson continued. Students hovered, wobbled, and in Neville's case, shot straight up and then straight back down, bouncing off the grass with a crack that turned out to be his wrist. Madame Hooch rushed Neville to the hospital wing, leaving the students unsupervised. This was, predictably, a mistake. Did you see Longbottom's face? A Slytherin boy, Theodore Nott, was laughing, holding up something small and round that glinted in the sunlight. He dropped this. Remembrall. What a waste, can't remember how to stay on a broom. Give it here, Nott. Harry's voice was calm. Quiet. The laughter died around him. Nott looked at Harry like he was sizing him up. Or what? You'll report me to your head of house. Oh wait, that's Dumbledore. Going to go crying to the headmaster over a glass ball? I'm not going to cry to anyone. I'm going to ask you once to give it back, because it doesn't belong to you. And if you don't, what? Nott mounted his broomstick. He rose 10 feet off the ground, the remembrall held high. Come and get it, freak. The word landed. Harry felt it, not in his emotions but in his magic, in that deep place where the power lived. The air around him shimmered, just barely, like heat haze. Harry mounted his broom. He didn't kick off gently. He launched, a vertical ascent so fast that several students screamed. In 2 seconds he was level with Nott. In 3 he was above him. Nott's bravado evaporated. 30 feet in the air, face to face with Harry Potter, the boy the Sorting Hat had screamed about, he looked very small and very young and very aware that he'd made a mistake. Give me the remembrall, Harry said. Not through it. Not to Harry. Over Harry's shoulder, high and far, arcing toward the castle wall. It was a spite throw, if the remembrall hit the stone, it would shatter. Harry moved. He didn't think. His body rotated on the broom, he flattened against the handle, and he dove. The world became a blur of green and gray and blue. The remembrall was a glinting speck above him, no, ahead of him, no, he was closing on it, 50 feet from the wall, 30 feet, 20, his fingers closed around the glass ball 6 inches from the stone. He pulled up. The broom responded like an extension of his body, banking hard, shedding speed, and Harry came to a stop hovering beside a second-floor window. Inside the window, Professor McGonagall was staring at him. Harry's stomach dropped. McGonagall disappeared from the window. Harry flew back down to the pitch on shaking legs. The other students were silent, some awestruck, some terrified, several Hufflepuffs clutching each other. Nott had landed and was trying very hard to look like he hadn't just had the fear of God put into him. The castle doors opened. McGonagall strode across the lawn. Her face was unreadable. Potter. With me. Now. Harry followed her inside. His heart was hammering. This was it, expelled on his first Friday, before he'd even made it through a full week. Uncle Vernon would be thrilled. But McGonagall didn't lead him to her office. She led him to a classroom on the first floor, knocked once, and opened the door. Professor Flitwick, might I borrow wood for a moment? A stocky fifth year with an eager, slightly manic expression emerged. Oliver Wood. He looked at Harry with polite confusion. "Wood," McGonagall said, "I've found you a seeker." The conversation that followed was surreal. McGonagall explained what she'd seen, the dive, the catch, the reflexes, and Wood's eyes got progressively wider until Harry was worried they might fall out of his head entirely. He caught it at a 50-foot dive. 6 inches from the wall. Without a scratch. Wood looked at Harry like he'd just found a winning lottery ticket. "When can he start?" "There's a complication," McGonagall said, and her expression tightened. "Mr. Potter is not in any house. He can't play for a house team." The light in Wood's eyes dimmed so fast it was almost audible. "Then what? I intend to speak with the headmaster about an arrangement. In the meantime, I'd like you to assess his abilities privately. This weekend, if possible." Yeah. Yes. Absolutely." Wood was already planning, Harry could see it, formations and strategies and plays flickering behind his eyes. "Pitch, Saturday, 7 a.m. Can you be there, Potter?" Harry nodded, still trying to process the fact that he wasn't expelled. McGonagall dismissed Wood and then turned to Harry. The unreadable expression softened, just a fraction. "Your father was a Quidditch player," she said. "A chaser. One of the best I ever saw." She paused. "You fly like him. But what you did today, the dive, the instinctive control at that speed, that was something else entirely. I've seen professional seekers who couldn't have made that catch. I just reacted." "Yes," McGonagall said quietly. "That's what worries me. And what excites me." She straightened. "Don't let me catch you showing off again, Mr. Potter. Next time, there might not be a Quidditch position to soften the consequences." "Yes, Professor." She left. Harry stood alone in the empty classroom, the remembrall still in his pocket, and allowed himself a single, disbelieving grin. He found Ron at dinner and told him everything. Ron's reaction progressed through several stages: shock, outrage on Neville's behalf, awe at the dive, and finally, unbridled excitement. Youngest seeker in a century, well, sort of, this is the best thing that's ever happened. It hasn't happened yet. McGonagall has to convince Dumbledore. She will. McGonagall might look strict, but she's competitive as anything. My brothers say she nearly punched Snape after last year's Quidditch final. That's alarming. That's Hogwarts. Harry returned Neville's remembrall after dinner. Neville's wrist was mended and he was sitting in the Gryffindor common room looking miserable. When Harry handed him the glass ball and told him what had happened, leaving out the more dramatic details, Neville's eyes went wide. "You did that for me? It was your stuff." "Not had no right." "Nobody's ever." Neville stopped. Swallowed. "Thanks, Harry." Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the gratitude. "Just don't drop it again." On his way back to his own room, Harry took a detour. He wasn't sure why, his feet carried him toward the 3rd floor, toward the corridor Dumbledore had warned them about, as if pulled by a magnet. He didn't intend to go in. He just wanted to see. The corridor was dark. A door at the far end was locked. Harry could see the heavy iron latch from where he stood. And from behind the door, he heard something. Not a sound, exactly. A vibration. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from 3 different pitches at once. The 3-headed dog. Hagrid's, probably. It had that Hagridish quality of being simultaneously wonderful and insane. But that wasn't what stopped Harry in his tracks. His scar was pulsing again. Not painfully, rhythmically, like a dowsing rod near water. Whatever was behind that door, whatever the dog was guarding, the thing inside Harry's scar recognized it. Wanted it. Yearned toward it with a hunger that wasn't Harry's own. Harry backed away. He turned and walked fast, not running, not yet, back toward the main corridors, back toward light and people and normalcy. He rounded a corner and nearly collided with Snape. They stared at each other. Snape's eyes flicked to the direction Harry had come from, and his expression hardened. "The third-floor corridor," Snape said softly. "What were you doing there, Potter?" "Walking. I got lost." "You're lying. And you're following me." "Sir." Snape's nostrils flared. For a moment, Harry thought he was going to explode, lose that tight control and shout, or curse, or drag Harry to Dumbledore by the collar. But Snape did none of those things. He leaned down, bringing his face close to Harry's, and spoke in a whisper that was more frightening than any shout. "You have no idea what you're meddling with. The protections on that corridor exist for a reason, and not all of the dangers are behind locked doors." His eyes bored into Harry's. "Stay away from the third floor, Potter. For your mother's sake, if not your own." He swept past, robes billowing, and was gone. Harry stood in the empty corridor, breathing hard. For your mother's sake. Snape had known his mother. Had cared about her, from the sound of it, cared deeply enough that the mere mention of her name changed his voice, made it crack at the edges. The castle hummed around him. The torches flickered. And somewhere behind a locked door on the third floor, a three-headed dog guarded something that called to the darkness in Harry's scar. He went to bed. He didn't sleep for a long time. Saturday morning dawned cold and bright, and Harry was on the Quidditch pitch at 6:50, 10 minutes early, his borrowed broomstick, one of the school's ancient clean-sweep fives, in hand. Oliver Wood was already there. He had a crate of balls at his feet and the expression of a man who'd been awake since 4 a.m. planning tactical formations. "Right," Wood said. "Let's see what you've got." For the next 2 hours, Wood put Harry through the most exhilarating, exhausting experience of his life. He released golf balls, muggle ones, charmed to fly erratically, and made Harry catch them. Again and again, from different heights, different angles, different speeds. Harry missed the first 2. He didn't miss any after that. Wood's face went through a journey. Skepticism to surprise to excitement to something approaching religious fervor. "You're not just good," Wood said, slightly dazed, as Harry landed after catching a golf ball that had been hiding behind his own back. I don't have a word for what you are." "Is that a yes?" "That's I'm going to McGonagall right now and I don't care if I have to beg Dumbledore on my knees." Wood was already packing up the balls. "There has to be a way. Exhibition matches, special rules, something. Having you on a broom and not using you would be criminal." Harry watched him go, adrenaline still singing in his veins, and sat on the pitch grass as the morning sun climbed. The castle rose above him, golden in the light, and for the first time since the sorting, he felt something close to peace. Not happiness, not yet. But the absence of dread, which was close enough. He was still sitting there when a voice came from behind the stands. "Impressive." Harry turned. Draco Malfoy emerged from the shadow of the bleachers, arms crossed, his blonde hair bright in the sunlight. He was alone, no Crabbe, no Goyle. Just Draco. "Were you watching?" "I was walking. This is a public pitch." Draco walked closer, his expression guarded but his eyes bright with something Harry was starting to recognize, a fascination that Draco didn't entirely want to feel. "You fly like you were born on a broom." "Thanks." It wasn't a compliment. It was an observation. But the corner of Draco's mouth twitched. "My father wrote to me last night. He's very interested in your situation. The unsorted thing. He thinks it could be leveraged." "Leveraged? Politically. You're an anomaly, Potter. The boy who lived, and now the boy who doesn't fit. There are people who want to use that. People who want to control it." Draco met his eyes. "My father is one of them. I'm telling you that because," he hesitated. Something flickered across his face, uncertainty, a brief crack in the Malfoy armor. "Because I'm not sure I want to be." It was the most honest thing Draco had ever said to him. Harry could feel it, the weight of the admission, the risk in it. Then don't be, Harry said. It's not that simple. Is anything? Draco stared at him. Then he shook his head, a rueful half-smile on his face. You're very annoying, Potter. Has anyone told you that? Ron tells me daily. Weasley has good instincts. Draco turned to leave, then stopped. One more thing. The thing Quirrell is after, on the 3rd floor. My father doesn't know about it specifically, but he knows Dumbledore moved something from Gringotts to the school before term started. Something the Dark Lord wanted, once. Whatever it is, Quirrell isn't working alone. He can't be. He's not smart enough. He walked away across the pitch without looking back, and Harry sat in the grass and added another piece to the puzzle forming in his mind. Quirrell. The 3rd floor. Something Voldemort wanted. And inside Harry's scar, a fragment of that same Voldemort, pulsing and whispering and waiting. He got up. Brushed off his robes. Headed back to the castle. Hermione was waiting in the library, of course she was, with a new stack of books and a new theory. Harry sat down across from her and said, "We need to find out what's behind the trapdoor on the 3rd floor." Hermione's eyes went wide. Trapdoor? Under the 3-headed dog. There's something down there, something being guarded. And I think Quirrell is trying to get to it. How do you know about a trapdoor? Educated guess. Harry pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill. Here's what we know. They spent the next hour mapping it out. Hermione's research skills, Harry's instincts, and the pieces Draco had dropped formed the beginning of a picture. Something had been moved from Gringotts Vault 713. Harry remembered Hagrid collecting a small package from that very vault on the day they'd visited Diagon Alley, to Hogwarts for safekeeping. The break-in at Gringotts, the one that had been in the Daily Prophet, had happened the same day. Someone tried to steal it and missed it by hours, Hermione breathed. So they followed it here. Quirrell. We can't prove that yet. My scar proves it. When Quirrell's turban faces me, it burns. There's something under that turban, Hermione. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. You know more than you're telling me. Harry's throat tightened. He thought of Snape's words, a piece of the Dark Lord living inside his skull, and Hermione's open, trusting face, and he made a decision. Yeah, he said. I do. And I'll tell you everything. But not here. Not yet. I need to understand it myself first. Hermione nodded slowly. Okay. But Harry, whatever it is, you don't have to understand it alone. I know. And for the first time, he actually believed it. He left the library at dusk. The castle was quieting, students heading to their common rooms, the corridors emptying. Harry walked alone toward Isolde's portrait, his mind full of puzzles and plans and the steady, persistent hum of the castle beneath his feet. He turned the corner to his corridor and stopped. Every torch on the wall was lit, not with ordinary fire, but with a pale blue-white flame that cast no shadows. The stone floor was warm under his feet. And Isolde, in her portrait, was standing instead of sitting, her book closed, her dark eyes fixed on Harry. The castle has been waiting for you, she said quietly. It's been waiting for a very long time. What do you mean? You feel it, don't you? The hum. The doors that open. The stairs that hold. She stepped closer to the edge of her frame, and her painted face was more detailed than it had any right to be, wrinkles, pores, the faint scar of a real person rendered in oil and magic. The castle was built to house magic, Mr. Potter. All of it. Not divided into quarters, not sorted into categories. All of it, whole and entire. And it hasn't felt that, whole, in a very long time. You don't have to understand it tonight. Just know that wherever you walk in this castle, the stones know your name. The blue-white flames dimmed. The ordinary torchlight returned. Isolde sat back down, opened her book, and began to read as if nothing had happened. "Password?" she asked without looking up. "Hedwig," Harry said numbly. He went inside. He sat on his bed. Hedwig flew to his shoulder and nipped his ear, and Harry pressed his hand flat against the stone wall and felt the hum, steady, warm, alive. The castle knew his name. Whatever he was, unsorted, undefined, carrying a monster's fragment in his scar, the oldest magic in Britain had looked at him and said yes. It wasn't enough to make everything okay. But it was enough to make him lift his chin, straighten his back, and face whatever came next without flinching. Outside his window, the lake lay silver and still under a crescent moon, and something vast moved beneath the surface, slow and patient, waiting for its time. Chapter 3. The weight of Whispers. October came to Hogwarts like a slow exhale, the air sharpening, the trees around the lake bleeding gold and crimson, the corridors filling with draughts that carried the smell of wood smoke and wet stone. The castle seemed to settle into itself as autumn deepened, its ancient bones creaking with a kind of contentment, and Harry felt it in the hum beneath his feet, a shifting of frequency, like a song-changing key. He'd been at Hogwarts for nearly 2 months now, and he still didn't belong anywhere. That wasn't entirely true. He belonged at the Gryffindor table on Mondays and Wednesdays, where Ron saved him a seat and dared anyone with a look to comment. He belonged in the Ravenclaw common room on Tuesdays and Thursdays, where Hermione had claimed the corner by the window as their unofficial headquarters and the other Ravenclaws had learned to work around the growing fortress of books. He belonged on the Quidditch pitch on Saturday mornings, where Oliver would put him through drills that left him grinning and aching in equal measure. But belonging in pieces wasn't the same as belonging whole, and the gaps between the pieces were where the loneliness lived. It was a Thursday evening, late October, and Harry was in the Ravenclaw common room working on a transfiguration essay when the twins found him. Fred and George Weasley didn't knock. They didn't need to. The Ravenclaw door asked a riddle, not a password, and the Weasley twins treated riddles the way most people treated speed bumps, as minor inconveniences to be ignored at high velocity. "What can be broken without being held?" the bronze knocker asked. "A promise," said Fred. "Or a wind," said George. "Or Ron's dignity when he tries to talk to girls," said Fred. The door opened. Whether it accepted the answer or simply gave up was unclear. They descended on Harry's table like a pair of cheerful hurricanes, dropping into chairs on either side of him, their identical grins slightly manic. "Harold," said Fred. "We need to talk," said George. "My name's not Harold." "It is now. We've decided." Fred leaned back, balancing his chair on 2 legs. "Word on the street is you've been poking around the 3rd floor." Harry's quill stopped moving. He looked up slowly. "Who told you that?" "Nobody told us anything. We have our own methods." George produced, seemingly from nowhere, a large piece of folded parchment. It looked old, the edges were soft with handling, the surface covered in creases from being folded and unfolded hundreds of times. "Feast your eyes on this, Potter." He unfolded it on the table. Harry stared. It was blank. "It's a piece of parchment. Ye of little faith." Fred drew his wand and tapped the parchment. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink bloomed across the surface like watercolor in rain. Lines spread and branched, forming corridors, rooms, staircases, a complete map of Hogwarts, rendered in extraordinary detail. Moving dots labeled with tiny names drifted through the corridors. Harry could see Dumbledore pacing in his office. Snape in the dungeons. Filch on the 2nd floor, Mrs. Norris at his heels. "The Marauder's map," George said proudly. "Nicked it from Filch's office 1st year. Shows every person in the castle, every passage, every room. It's how we know you've been lurking near the 3rd floor corridor." Harry found his own dot, Harry Potter, drifting in the Ravenclaw common room. Hermione's dot was in the library, naturally. Ron's was in the Gryffindor common room. And there, on the 3rd floor, a dot labeled Quirinus Quirrell was standing right outside the locked door. See that? Fred pointed. Your mate Quirrell's been visiting that corridor every night for the past 2 weeks. Always late, always alone. Whatever's behind that door, he wants it badly. Why are you showing me this? Harry asked. The twins exchanged a look, one of those silent conversations that only twins could have, entire arguments conducted through eyebrow movements. Because we like you, George said simply. You're the most interesting thing that's happened at this school in years. And because something dodgy is going on, and we reckon you're the one who's going to end up in the middle of it whether you like it or not. So you might as well be prepared. Fred pushed the map toward Harry. Keep it. I can't take this. It's yours. We've memorized every passage in the castle, George said. We don't need the map anymore. You do. Harry looked down at the parchment. Quirrell's stuff was moving now, drifting away from the third-floor corridor, heading downstairs. Back to his office, probably. Back to whatever was hiding under that turban. Thank you, Harry said. Don't mention it. Fred stood, cracking his knuckles. Literally. If anyone asks where you got it, we will deny everything and also hex you. Lovingly, George added. They left the way they'd come, loud, fast, and leaving chaos in their wake. A group of Ravenclaw fifth years stared after them, bemused. Harry folded the map carefully and slipped it into his robes. Then he finished his essay, said goodnight to the Ravenclaws, and went to find Hermione. She was exactly where her dots said she'd be, deep in the restricted section of the library, surrounded by books that looked older than the castle. Madame Pants had given Hermione a grudging, provisional pass after Hermione had spent 3 weeks demonstrating flawless book-handling technique and an almost pathological respect for spines. I need to show you something, Harry said, sliding into the chair across from her. He unfolded the map. Hermione's eyes went wide, then wider, then impossibly wide as she traced the corridors with her fingertip and watched the tiny dots move. This is... Harry, this is incredible magic. The enchantment work alone, whoever made this was brilliant. Fred and George said they were called the Marauders. I've never heard of them. Hermione was already filing that away for future research. Then she saw Quirrell's desk, now stationary in his office, and her expression sharpened. He's been going to the 3rd floor. Every night, according to the twins. That confirms it. Hermione pulled a book from her stack, Notable Alchemical Achievements of the Modern Age, and opened it to a bookmarked page. I think I know what's behind the trapdoor. Harry, have you ever heard of Nicholas Flamel? The name sparked something. Harry frowned, reaching for a memory that slipped away like smoke. Flamel, on the chocolate frog card. Dumbledore's card. It mentioned him, Dumbledore's partnership with Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's voice was low, thrumming with the barely contained excitement she got when puzzle pieces clicked together. The stone can turn any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life, which makes the drinker essentially immortal. Flamel is over 600 years old. And if Dumbledore moved the stone from Gringotts to Hogwarts for safekeeping, then that's what Quirrell is after. Not just Quirrell. Voldemort. The name landed like a stone thrown through glass. Hermione said it without flinching, which Harry admired, most people couldn't. Think about it, she continued. Voldemort lost his body when he attacked you as a baby. He's out there somewhere, weak, disembodied. The elixir of life could bring him back. Give him a body again. If Quirrell is working for Voldemort, he is. Harry said it with absolute certainty. The thing under his turban. My scar. It all connects. Hermione was quiet for a moment. You said you'd tell me everything when you were ready. Are you ready? Harry looked at her. Hermione Granger, 11 years old, ink-stained and fierce and absolutely unafraid of whatever he was about to say. She'd spent 2 months researching his condition with the single-minded intensity of a terrier digging for a bone, and she'd never once looked at him with fear. "Yeah," Harry said. "I'm ready." He told her. All of it. Snape's conversation with Dumbledore, the fragment of Voldemort living inside his scar, the Horcrux, though Harry didn't know that word yet, the reason the hat had screamed. He told her about the whisper in defense against the dark arts, the single cold word, boy, that had come from inside him. He told her about his scar pulsing near the third-floor corridor, yearning toward whatever was behind the locked door. Hermione listened without interrupting. Her face went through stages: shock, horror, a fierce protectiveness, and finally, the calculated calm she adopted when she was turning a problem over in her mind. "A fragment of his soul," she said slowly. "Inside your scar. That's what Snape called it. Soul magic. That's what you found in the restricted section, isn't it? That first week." Harry nodded. "I didn't understand what I was reading. I still don't, really." Hermione pulled a book from the very bottom of her stack. It was small, leather-bound, and looked like it had been through a war. "I found this 3 days ago. It's not in the main catalog, it was misfiled in the herbology section, which is why no one's looked at it in probably a century." She opened it carefully. The pages were handwritten, the ink faded to brown. "It's a journal. No author name. But it discusses something called a Horcrux." Harry felt his stomach drop. "A what?" "A Horcrux. Harry, it's the darkest magic I've ever read about. You split your soul by committing murder, and you hide the fragment in an object. As long as the fragment survives, you can't truly die." Hermione's voice was steady, but her hands were trembling slightly. "If Voldemort made a Horcrux, if he put a piece of his soul into you, even accidentally, then he can't die as long as I'm alive." The words hung in the air between them. The library was silent. Somewhere in the castle, a clock chimed 10. "We don't know that for certain," Hermione said carefully. "This journal is incomplete. The pages about destroying Horcruxes are torn out, deliberately, it looks like." "But Harry," she reached across the table and gripped his wrist. Her hand was small and warm and shaking. "This doesn't change who you are. A parasite doesn't define its host. Hermione, I mean it. I've known you for 2 months. I've watched you stand up for Neville, befriend Ron when he had nothing to offer you, treat every person in this castle, even Malfoy, with more fairness than they deserve. That's you. Not the thing in your scar. You." Harry couldn't speak. His throat was tight and his eyes burned, and he stared at the table because if he looked at Hermione, he was going to fall apart. "Okay," he said finally. "Okay." Hermione squeezed his wrist and let go. "Now. We have a plan to make." They worked until midnight, mapping out what they knew on a piece of parchment. The Philosopher's Stone, guarded by enchantments under the trapdoor. Quirrell, Voldemort's servant, trying to get to it. Snape, who knew about the Horcrux and was watching Harry like a hawk. Dumbledore, who knew everything and was letting it play out for reasons of his own. "We need Ron," Harry said. "I know. He's your best friend and he'd never forgive us if we left him out." "You're my best friend too," Harry said, and he meant it, both of them, Ron and Hermione, in different ways that complemented each other perfectly. Ron was warmth and loyalty and the ability to make Harry laugh when nothing was funny. Hermione was clarity and courage and the absolute refusal to let ignorance win. Hermione blinked rapidly. "Well. Yes. Obviously. Now stop being emotional and help me figure out what kind of enchantments Dumbledore would use to guard the most powerful alchemical artifact in existence." Harry grinned, and they worked until the candles guttered, and the library darkness pressed in around their little island of light. The next morning was the 31st of October. Halloween. Harry had never had a reason to like Halloween. At the Dursleys, it meant Dudley gorging on sweets and Harry being locked in the cupboard so he wouldn't frighten the trick-or-treaters. At Hogwarts, the castle had been decorated with living bats and enormous carved pumpkins that Hagrid had grown in his garden, and the air smelled like caramel and cinnamon and magic. Harry told Ron everything at breakfast. They sat at the far end of the Gryffindor table, heads close together, and Harry spoke in a low murmur while Ron's eggs went cold on his plate. Ron didn't react the way Harry expected. He didn't flinch. He didn't pull away. His freckled face went very still, very serious, and when Harry finished, Ron sat back and exhaled through his nose like a man who'd just been told the odds and decided to play anyway. "Right," Ron said. "So there's a piece of you-know-who in your head, he's after some magic stone that makes you live forever, and the defense teacher is working for him. That about sums it up. And Dumbledore knows all of this and is just letting it happen. He's watching. Waiting. I don't know what for." Ron picked up a piece of toast, looked at it, and put it back down. "My mum's going to kill me. Ron, I'm in." Ron said it like it was as obvious as breathing. "You think I'm going to let you deal with this alone? After everything? You're mental. It could be dangerous. Everything about you is dangerous, mate. That's sort of the point." Ron's jaw set. "Besides, if you know who gets that stone and comes back, my whole family's in danger anyway. Dad works at the ministry. We're blood traitors, according to people like Malfoy's father. This isn't just your fight." Harry looked at his friend, this gangly, red-haired boy who owned nothing new and envied nothing real and would walk into fire for people he loved without a second thought, and felt something settle in his chest. A certainty. A foundation. "Okay," Harry said. "We do this together. The three of us. You, me, and Hermione. The three of us." Ron picked up his toast again and bit into it with determination. "Good. Now eat something. You can't fight dark wizards on an empty stomach." The Halloween feast was scheduled for that evening, but first there were classes. Harry had charms with the Ravenclaws in the morning, and it was during this class that things began to go sideways. Professor Flitwick was teaching them the levitation charm, properly this time, with control and finesse. The classroom was noisy with students calling out Wingardium Leviosa and feathers doing various things, rolling, twitching, lying stubbornly flat. Hermione, of course, had hers floating within the first 30 seconds. Harry tried. His feather rose smoothly, hovered at eye level, and stayed there. Too easy. He was getting bored. So he tried something, lifting 2 feathers at once, one in each hand. Both rose. Harry stared at them, floating side by side, and a thought struck him: what about without the wand? He holstered his wand. Focused on the feathers. Felt for the magic, not in his wand hand, but in his chest, in that deep place where the power lived. The feathers wobbled. Then steadied. Then rose higher. Hermione was staring at him. "Harry. Harry, you're not holding your wand." "I know. That's wandless magic. First years can't do wandless magic. Most adults can't do wandless magic. It's the same thing, isn't it? The wand is just a focus. The magic comes from inside. That's the theory, but in practice, the feathers caught fire. Not Harry's feathers. Every feather in the classroom. All 20 of them ignited simultaneously in a flash of white flame, and students screamed and leaped back and Flitwick toppled off his books. The fire lasted exactly 1 second, long enough to consume the feathers entirely, leaving 20 small piles of ash on 20 desks, and then it was gone. The classroom was silent. 20 students stared at their ash piles. Flitwick stared at Harry. Hermione stared at Harry. Harry's hands were shaking. He hadn't meant to do that. He'd been focused on his own feathers, his own magic, and it had expanded. Reached out. touched every other feather in the room and overwhelmed them. "I'm sorry," Harry said into the silence. "I didn't, everyone is fine," Flitwick said firmly, recovering his composure and climbing back onto his books. "A minor magical fluctuation. Nothing to worry about. Mr. Potter, perhaps we'll stick to wand-based casting for now, yes?" "Yes, Professor." But the damage was done. Harry could see it in the faces around the room, the Ravenclaw students who'd been warming up to him, who'd started treating him like a quirky but harmless anomaly, were now looking at him with something older and colder. He'd set every feather in the room on fire without trying. Without a wand. Without even intending to. What else could he do without intending to? After class, a Ravenclaw boy named Terry Boot blocked Harry's path in the corridor. Terry was pale and his jaw was tight. "What the hell was that, Potter?" "I lost control. It was an accident." "An accident? You burned every feather in the room with your mind, and it was an accident." Terry's voice rose. Other students were stopping to watch. "The hat was right about you. You're dangerous." "Terry," Hermione started. "Stay out of this, Granger. Just because you've decided he's your pet project doesn't mean the rest of us have to pretend he's safe." Terry stepped closer to Harry. He was trembling, not with anger, Harry realized, but with fear. "My parents are Muggleborn. They sent me here because they thought it was safe. And now I'm in class with someone who can set things on fire with his thoughts. How is that safe?" Harry didn't have an answer. Because Terry wasn't wrong. It wasn't safe. Harry wasn't safe. The power inside him was growing, and he didn't fully understand it, and when it slipped his control, people could get hurt. "I'm sorry," Harry said again. It was all he had. Terry stared at him for a long moment, then turned and walked away. The other students dispersed slowly, whispering. Hermione touched Harry's arm. "He's scared. People say stupid things when they're scared. He's not stupid. He's right. He's right that you're powerful. He's wrong about what that means." Hermione's voice was fierce. "Power isn't the same as danger, Harry. Intent matters. Control matters. And you'll learn both. What if I don't learn fast enough?" Hermione didn't answer that. They walked to lunch in silence. The whispers followed Harry through the afternoon like a second shadow. By the time the Halloween feast approached, the story had mutated through several retellings. Harry had set the classroom on fire, Harry had attacked a student, Harry had used dark magic in Charms class. None of it was true, but truth was a fragile thing in a castle full of teenagers. Harry almost didn't go to the feast. He sat in his room as the sun set, watching the lake turn from gold to copper to black, and considered staying put. Hedwig perched on the windowsill, watching him with her steady amber gaze. "I know," Harry told her. "Hiding doesn't help." She hooted softly. Agreement or judgment, with Hedwig, it was always both. He went to the feast. The great hall was spectacular. The floating candles had been replaced with jack-o'-lanterns, their carved faces flickering with real flame. The living bats swooped between them, and the enchanted ceiling showed a sky full of racing clouds and a fat orange moon. The 4 house tables were loaded with food, every kind of sweet and savory thing Harry could imagine. He sat at the Gryffindor table. Ron was already there, a chicken leg in one hand and a bread roll in the other. Neville sat across from them, looking slightly green. He'd had a bad day in potions and was still recovering. "All right, Harry?" Neville asked. "Yeah. You." "Snape made me vanish my own eyebrows. They're just starting to grow back." Neville touched his forehead gingerly. "But that's nothing compared to, well. I heard about Charms." "Everyone heard about Charms," Ron muttered. "Half the school thinks Harry's going dark." "I'm not going dark. I know that. You know that. But Marcus Flint's been telling everyone in Slytherin that you're the next you-know-who, and it's spreading. The food lost its appeal. Harry pushed a potato around his plate and tried to ignore the looks from the adjacent section of the Gryffindor table, where Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil were whispering behind their hands. 20 minutes into the feast, the doors banged open. Professor Quirrell sprinted into the Great Hall, turban askew, face white with terror. He made it halfway to the high table before his legs gave out and he collapsed to his knees, arms braced on the floor. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He fainted. The hall exploded. Students leaped to their feet, screaming. The Slytherins, whose common room was in the dungeons, looked particularly panicked. Teachers surged from the high table, Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "Prefects, lead your houses to the dormitories. Teachers, with me to the dungeons." Order emerged from chaos. Prefects began herding students toward the doors. Harry stood, his mind racing, and grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione." Ron's face went blank. "What?" "Hermione doesn't know about the troll. She wasn't at the feast, she's been in the bathroom all afternoon. I saw her before I came in. She was upset about what happened in Charms, something Terry said to her after I left." "Which bathroom?" "First floor. Near the Charms corridor." They looked at each other. The hall was emptying around them, students streaming toward the doors in a river of black robes. Nobody was paying attention to Harry and Ron. In the chaos, they were invisible. "Let's go," Ron said. They ran. The corridors were empty, every student was being shepherded to their common rooms, every teacher was heading for the dungeons. Harry and Ron sprinted through the first floor, shoes slapping on stone, and Harry felt the castle responding around him, torches flaring brighter as they passed, a locked door clicking open without being touched. They heard it before they saw it. A grinding, thumping sound, like a boulder being dragged across stone, accompanied by a smell so foul that Harry's eyes watered. Ron gagged. "Oh, that's rank." They rounded the corner. The troll was there. 12 feet tall. Gray, lumpy skin like wet concrete. Tiny, stupid eyes and a massive wooden club that it was dragging along the floor, gouging a trench in the stone. It was shuffling down the corridor toward the girls' bathroom. Where Hermione was. "We have to get its attention," Harry said. "Brilliant plan. Any ideas on what happens after we get its attention?" "We run." "I hate this plan." Harry picked up a piece of fallen masonry and hurled it at the troll. It bounced off the creature's shoulder with a dull thud. The troll stopped. Turned. Its tiny eyes found Harry and Ron, and its expression shifted from blank confusion to something approaching interest. "Oi!" Ron shouted. "Over here, you great ugly," the troll charged. It was faster than it looked. The club swung in a wide arc that demolished a section of wall, showering them with stone fragments. Harry dove left, Ron dove right, and the troll stumbled between them, confused by having two targets. "The bathroom!" Harry shouted. "Get Hermione out!" Ron scrambled toward the bathroom door. The troll heard the movement and swung toward him. Harry's scar flared, not with pain, but with power. The deep place inside him surged, and before he could think about what he was doing, Harry extended his hand and shouted the first spell that came to mind. Flipendo. The knockback jinx, a second-year spell he'd read about in one of Hermione's textbooks but never practiced, erupted from his palm. Not his wand. His palm. He'd forgotten to draw his wand entirely. The spell hit the troll in the chest. A normal flipendo would have staggered it. Harry's flipendo launched it backward like it had been hit by a car. The troll flew 15 feet through the air and crashed into the far wall with a sound like a building collapsing. The floor shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. The troll didn't get up. It lay in a heap of gray limbs and shattered stone, unconscious. Its club had snapped in half. Harry stood in the corridor, hands still raised, breathing hard. The power was ebbing out of him in waves, leaving him lightheaded and shaky. He could feel it, the magic receding like a tide, pulling back into that deep place, and in its wake, a bone-deep exhaustion that made his legs wobble. Ron emerged from the bathroom with Hermione, who was white-faced and shaking but unhurt. They both stared at the troll. Then at Harry. Then at the troll again. "Did you just," Ron started. "Without a wand?" Hermione finished. Harry looked at his hand. His palm was red, faintly burned, as if the magic had been too much for bare skin to channel. "I forgot to draw my wand," he said weakly. "You forgot to, Harry, you just knocked out a mountain troll with a wandless knockback jinx. That's not forgetting to draw your wand, that's, I don't even know what that is." "Scary," Hermione whispered. She wasn't looking at the troll. She was looking at Harry, and her expression was complicated, grateful, awed, and something else. Something that looked like the first cold touch of the fear she'd been insisting she didn't feel. "Harry, that spell shouldn't have been able to do that. Not from a first year, not wandless, not with that much force." Something amplified it. Harry knew what had amplified it. The fragment. The piece of Voldemort inside his scar, surging to the surface in a moment of danger, lending its power to Harry's. He'd felt it, the cold current underneath the hot rush of his own magic, dark and ancient and hungry. He'd used Voldemort's power to save his friends. The thought made him want to be sick. Footsteps. Running. McGonagall rounded the corner first, followed by Snape and Quirrell. They took in the scene, the unconscious troll, the demolished wall, the 3 first-years standing in the wreckage, and McGonagall's face cycled through horror, fury, and reluctant admiration in about 2 seconds. "What on earth, explain yourselves." Ron stepped forward. "It was my fault, Professor. I went looking for Hermione, she didn't know about the troll. Harry came with me." "And the troll?" Snape asked softly. He was looking at Harry with an intensity that bordered on painful. "How, exactly, did 3 first-year students incapacitate a fully grown mountain troll?" "I used a knockback jinx," Harry said. "A knockback jinx." Snape's voice was perfectly flat. "On a creature that's resistant to most forms of magical assault. And it worked." "Yes, sir." Snape's eyes dropped to Harry's hand, the reddened palm, the faint burn marks. Harry saw the moment Snape understood what had happened. The blood drained from his face. "Wandless," Snape breathed. 5 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said crisply, for sheer reckless stupidity. She paused. "And 5 points to each of you, for dumb luck and uncommon bravery. Now get back to your dormitories. All 3 of you." Quirrell hadn't spoken. He was leaning against the wall, hand pressed to his chest, affecting the trembling distress of a man who couldn't handle violence. But Harry was watching him, and Harry saw what nobody else saw, Quirrell's eyes, fixed on the troll, sharp and calculating, utterly at odds with his terrified posture. Quirrell had let the troll in. Harry was certain of it. A distraction, to get the teachers away from the 3rd floor, to give Quirrell a clear run at the trapdoor. "Professor." Harry turned to Snape. "Your leg." Snape stiffened. Beneath his robes, his right leg was bleeding, 3 parallel gashes, visible where the fabric had torn. Not troll marks. Something else. Something with 3 heads. "That is none of your concern, Potter." "The 3rd floor corridor. You went there tonight. To check on the stone." The corridor went dead silent. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Quirrell's trembling intensified, too much, Harry thought, like an actor overcorrecting. And Snape looked at Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on his face before. "Respect. Go to bed, Potter," Snape said. His voice was quiet. Almost gentle. "Now." Harry went. Ron and Hermione flanked him, and they walked through the empty corridors in silence until they reached the junction where their paths diverged, Ron to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione to Ravenclaw, Harry to his solitary room. They stood in the intersection. 3 children, 11 years old, covered in dust and troll smell, bound together by something that had just become unbreakable. That was terrifying, Hermione said. That was brilliant, Ron said. That was both. Harry looked at them, his friends, his people, his chosen house. Listen. What I did back there, the wandless magic, the power, it wasn't all me. Part of it came from the thing in my scar. Voldemort's fragment. It amplified the spell. Ron flinched at the name but held steady. Hermione nodded slowly. I know, she said. I felt it. The magic in that corridor, it felt different. Cold. Are you, Harry stopped. Started again. Are you afraid of me? No, Ron said immediately. Hermione hesitated. 1 second. 2. Then, I'm afraid for you, Harry. Not of you. There's a difference. It was an honest answer. Harry appreciated it more than a comfortable lie. Get some sleep, he said. Both of you. We'll figure this out tomorrow. They separated. Harry walked to Isolde's portrait alone. Rough night? Isolde asked, peering at his dust-covered robes. You could say that. Hedwig. The portrait swung open. Harry went inside and sank onto his bed without undressing. Every muscle ached. His palms still burned. And inside his scar, in that dark pocket of someone else's soul, something was quiet and satisfied, like a predator that had just been fed. Harry pressed his hand against the wall. The castle's hum was there, steady as ever, and tonight it felt protective, a low vibration that wrapped around him like an embrace. The stones were warm under his palm. I used his power, Harry whispered to the wall. The thing inside me. I let it out. The hum didn't change. The castle didn't judge. It simply held him, the way old things hold new ones, with patience, and with the understanding that strength and danger are often the same thing, and that the difference is decided by the hand that wields them. Harry slept. He dreamed of the dark room again. The mirror. The red eyes. But this time, the figure behind the glass spoke. You used my gift, boy. Did it feel good? In the dream, Harry answered. It's not a gift. And it's not yours. Laughter, thin, cold, echoing. Everything you are is because of me. The power. The scar. The fear in their eyes. You're mine, Harry Potter. You've always been mine. No. The dream shattered. Harry woke in daylight, sweating, the words still on his lips. He lay in bed and stared at the ceiling and made a decision. The fragment was inside him. He couldn't remove it, not yet, not until they understood more. But he could refuse it. He could learn to tell the difference between his own magic and the dark current underneath it, and he could choose, every single time, to use his own. It would be harder. His own magic, without the amplification, was strong but raw, difficult to control, prone to excess. The fragment made it easy, made the power flow smooth and cold and precise. Refusing it meant choosing the harder path. Harry chose it anyway. He got up. Showered. Dressed. Went to breakfast. The great hall was buzzing with last night's events. The troll story had spread through the school overnight, growing with each retelling. Some versions had Harry fighting the troll hand to hand. Others had him using dark magic to control it. A few, closer to the truth, described a wandless spell of impossible power. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table. Ron was already there, looking exhausted but determined. Morning. Morning. Any nightmares? No, Harry lied. You dreamed I was being chased by a troll through a library. Hermione was there, telling me to run quieter because I was disturbing other readers. Harry snorted. Sounds about right. Neville slid into the seat across from them. He looked at Harry with wide, earnest eyes. I heard what happened. With the troll. Neville, I heard you saved Hermione. Neville's voice was steady. I heard people saying it was dark magic, and I heard people saying you're dangerous, and I heard Terry Boot telling anyone who'd listen that you should be expelled. He leaned forward. And I just want you to know, I don't believe any of it. You're the first person at this school who ever stood up for me. So whatever people are saying, you've got me. Neville, I know I'm not much. I'm rubbish at magic and I can't even find the bathroom without getting lost. But I'm here. And I'm not going anywhere. Ron looked at Neville like he was seeing him for the first time. You know what, Longbottom? The hat put you in Gryffindor for a reason. Neville went pink. You think so? I know so. The morning post arrived. Owls flooded the hall. One landed in front of Harry, not Hedwig, but a sleek eagle owl that dropped a cream-colored envelope on his plate and departed without waiting for a treat. Harry opened it. The handwriting was elegant, precise, and unfamiliar. Mr. Potter, I write to express my concern, and my interest, regarding the events of your sorting and subsequent tenure at Hogwarts. My son has kept me informed of your situation, and I find myself impressed by your resilience in extraordinary circumstances. The wizarding world will have questions about you, Harry. I would very much like to be the one helping you answer them. I believe I can offer guidance, protection, and political support that no 11-year-old should have to seek alone. I look forward to meeting you in person. Lucius Malfoy. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it carefully, put it in his pocket, and looked across the hall to the Slytherin table. Draco was watching him. When their eyes met, Draco gave the smallest shake of his head. Don't respond. Harry gave an equally small nod. Understood. The exchange took less than a second. Nobody noticed. But Harry felt the web of alliances and dangers around him grow a little more complex, a little more dangerous, and a little more real. After breakfast, Harry went to the library. Not to research, to think. He sat in Hermione's corner, the map spread on the table in front of him, and watched the dots move through the castle. Quirrell was in his office. Snape was in the dungeons. Dumbledore was in his study. And on the third floor, the corridor was empty, but Harry could feel, even from here, the pull of whatever lay beneath the trapdoor. The stone. The thing that could bring Voldemort back. Hermione arrived at 10, carrying a new book and a look of grim determination. I spent the morning cross-referencing everything we know about the protections. Based on the teachers involved, I think each one contributed an enchantment to guard the stone. McGonagall, Transfiguration. Flitwick, Charms. Sprout, Herbology. Snape, Potions. Quirrell, Defense. She paused. And Dumbledore himself, presumably, for the final protection. 6 layers. At least. And Quirrell's been visiting every night, which means he's either studying the protections or slowly working through them. Hermione opened her book. We need to know what each protection is. If Quirrell gets through them, he gets the stone. Voldemort gets a body. And the world ends. Roughly speaking. They looked at each other. 2 11-year-olds in a library, trying to stop the most dangerous dark wizard in history from returning to power. It was absurd. It was terrifying. It was, Harry thought, exactly the kind of thing that the Sorting Hat had been trying to warn about. A boy with all 4 houses' traits, carrying a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, connected to the castle itself. The hat hadn't screamed because Harry was dangerous. It had screamed because Harry was the linchpin. The point where every thread converged. We're not ready, Harry said. Not yet. We need to learn more, practice more. I need to control my own magic, without the fragment's help. I can help with that. Theoretical framework, exercises, gradual exposure, and Ron can help with strategy. He thinks in patterns. Have you seen him play chess? Hermione smiled. I have, actually. He demolished 3 Ravenclaw fifth years last week. They were furious. Good. Harry looked at the map. Quirrell's dot hadn't moved. Snape's was pacing, back and forth, like a caged animal. We have time. Not a lot, but some. Quirrell's not through the protections yet. How do you know? Because if he were, we'd know. Voldemort getting the stone wouldn't be subtle. Hermione conceded the point. They spent the rest of the morning planning, practice schedules, research priorities, contingencies. It felt good to have a plan. It felt better to have people to plan with. At noon, Harry left the library and took the long way back to his room, through corridors he hadn't explored yet. The castle cooperated, unfolding new passages for him, revealing hidden alcoves and forgotten rooms. In one, he found a dusty cabinet filled with old student records. In another, a window that looked out over a part of the grounds he'd never seen, a wild, overgrown garden enclosed by crumbling walls. He was passing through the 4th floor when he heard voices from behind a closed door. Not Snape and Dumbledore this time. Snape and Quirrell. Harry pressed himself against the wall and listened. Know what you're doing, Quirrell. Snape's voice, sharp and cold. The troll was a diversion. You used it to get to the 3rd floor. I don't know what you're talking about, Severus, dropped the stutter. We're alone. I've been watching you since September, and your pathetic performance doesn't fool me for a moment. I know what you are. I know who you serve. Silence. When Quirrell spoke again, the stutter was gone. His voice was smooth, confident, and entirely different from the trembling wreck he played in class. You know nothing, Severus. You think you do, you always did think you were the smartest person in the room. But you're wrong about me, and you're wrong about what's coming. I know you want the stone. And I know you won't get it. The protections are impressive. But protections can be solved. Even Dumbledore's. A pause. The question isn't whether I can reach the stone. The question is what you're going to do about it. I'm going to stop you. Quirrell laughed. It was a quiet, confident sound, nothing like the nervous giggle he used in public. You're going to try. That's not the same thing. Footsteps, Quirrell moving toward the door. Stay out of my way, Severus. I'd hate for anything to happen to you. Especially with the Potter boy depending on your protection. The door opened. Harry pressed himself into an alcove, barely breathing. Quirrell swept past without seeing him, or without appearing to see him. The turban was inches from Harry's face, and his scar erupted in agony, a white-hot spike that drove through his skull and down his spine. Boy. The whisper again. Closer. Louder. Amused. Harry bit his tongue so hard he tasted blood. The pain receded as Quirrell moved away, his footsteps fading down the corridor. Harry slumped against the wall, breathing through his teeth. Snape emerged from the room a moment later, looking thunderous, and stopped dead when he saw Harry. They stared at each other. Harry's scar was still throbbing. Snape's face was unreadable, but his wand hand was trembling. How much did you hear? Snape asked. Enough. Snape closed his eyes. For a moment, the mask slipped entirely, and Harry saw the man underneath, exhausted, frightened, held together by willpower and duty and a grief so old it had calcified into bone. You should not be involved in this, Potter. I'm already involved. I was involved the night he gave me this scar. Snape opened his eyes. They were black and deep and full of things Harry didn't understand, wouldn't understand for years, maybe ever. "Your mother," Snape said, and his voice was barely a thread. "She was the bravest person I ever knew. And the kindest. And he stopped. Collected himself. The mask slid back into place, seamless and cold. "Stay away from Quirrell. Stay away from the third floor. And for the love of all that is sacred, stop eavesdropping." He strode away, robes billowing, and Harry watched him go and thought, he loved her. Snape loved my mother. It didn't change anything. It changed everything. Harry went back to his room. He sat on his bed and pulled out the map and Lucius Malfoy's letter and Hermione's notes and spread them all out in front of him, the pieces of a puzzle that was getting bigger and more dangerous by the day. The stone. Quirrell. Voldemort. The Horcrux. Snape. Dumbledore. Morwenna Gaunt. The castle's hum. His own power, wild and growing, pulling in two directions, his own light and the fragments dark. He pressed his hand against the wall. The hum was there, steady and warm. "I'm going to figure this out," Harry told the castle. "All of it. And I'm going to do it right." The stones warmed under his palm. Outside his window, the last light of Halloween faded over the lake, and the first stars appeared, cold and bright and very far away. Somewhere in the castle, Quirrell was planning. Somewhere in the castle, Snape was watching. Somewhere in the castle, Ron was plotting chess strategies and Hermione was reading forbidden books and Neville was practicing being brave and Draco was choosing, slowly and painfully, which side of his father's shadow to stand on. And Harry Potter, unsorted, undefined, carrying a monster and a miracle in equal measure, sat in a room that belonged to no house and felt, for the first time, like he might be enough. Not because of the power. Not because of the scar. Because of the people who stood beside him when they didn't have to. That, he was beginning to understand, was the strongest magic of all. Chapter 4, Lines in the Stone. November brought rain. Not the gentle, picturesque kind that made the castle look like a painting, the driving, horizontal, bone-soaking kind that turned the grounds into a swamp and made every outdoor activity an exercise in misery. The lake swelled against its banks. The forbidden forest disappeared behind curtains of grey. And the Quidditch pitch, where Harry had been training with Oliver Wood 3 mornings a week, became a battleground between ambition and hypothermia. Again. Wood shouted from somewhere below, his voice barely cutting through the wind. Harry could see him as a smudge of rain-darkened robes standing at the center of the pitch, a box of practice balls at his feet. Harry wiped water from his glasses, a pointless gesture, since they were immediately drenched again, and Dove. The golf ball was somewhere below and to his left, a tiny white speck in a world of gray. He'd been chasing these things for an hour, and his fingers were numb and his robes were heavy with water and his broom was handling like a wet log. He caught it anyway. 6 inches from the mud, twisting sideways, fingers closing around the ball with the certainty of a reflex he hadn't known he possessed. Wood was beaming when Harry landed. 12 for 12. In this weather. Potter, you're a miracle. I'm a drowned rat. A miraculous drowned rat. Wood clapped him on the shoulder. Listen, I've been talking to McGonagall. She's been talking to Dumbledore. And Dumbledore's come up with something. His eyes were bright with barely contained excitement. Exhibition matches. Harry wrung out his sleeve. Exhibition matches. You can't play for a house team. Fine. But Dumbledore's proposed a series of special matches, you as a one-man wildcard seeker, playing against each house team seeker in turn. Not for house points. For display, basically. A demonstration. A demonstration of what? Of you, mate. Of what you can do. Wood's excitement dimmed slightly as he registered Harry's expression. Look, I know it sounds like being put on show. But think about it, if you fly the way I've seen you fly, in front of the whole school, it changes the conversation. Right now people are scared of you because of the sorting and the feather thing and the troll. This gives them something else to associate with you. Something brilliant instead of something terrifying. Harry stood in the rain and considered it. Wood wasn't wrong. The whispers hadn't stopped since Halloween, if anything, they'd intensified. The troll incident had split the school into factions, those who thought Harry was a hero, those who thought he was a menace, and a large, uncomfortable middle that didn't know what to think. Flying was the one thing Harry did that was purely, uncomplicated good. No dark magic. No wandless surges. Just skill and speed and joy. When? Harry asked. First match is December 7th. You against the Slytherin Seeker, Terrence Higgs. Wood grinned. We've got 3 weeks to make you unstoppable. I thought I was already a miracle. Miracles can always improve. Harry trudged back to the castle, soaked to the bone, and found Ron waiting for him in the entrance hall with a towel and a look of deep suffering. You're insane, Ron said, throwing the towel at Harry's head. It's November. It's raining. Normal people are inside, being warm and dry and not trying to catch golf balls in a hurricane. Wood's very persuasive. Wood's very mental. There's a difference. Ron fell into step beside Harry as they headed toward the Great Hall. So. What's the verdict? Harry told him about the exhibition matches. Ron's reaction was instantaneous and predictable, his entire face lit up like someone had cast lumos inside his skull. That's brilliant. You against Higgs. Higgs is good, mind, he's been Slytherin Seeker for 2 years, but Harry, if you fly the way you did when you caught Neville's Remembrall, I need a proper broom. The school clean sweeps are rubbish. Yeah, that's. Ron deflated slightly. That's a problem. A Nimbus 2000 would set you right, but those cost more than my dad makes in a month. They sat at the Gryffindor table. Harry ate porridge and thought about brooms and money and the complicated politics of being a spectacle. He didn't notice the package until it landed on the table in front of him with a heavy thud, delivered by a nondescript brown owl that vanished before Harry could react. The package was long, thin, and wrapped in brown paper. No note on the outside. Harry and Ron stared at it. Open it, Ron breathed. Harry unwrapped it. The paper fell away, and Ron made a sound like someone had stepped on his foot. It was a broomstick. Sleek, polished, gleaming, the handle was dark mahogany, the tail twigs perfectly aligned, and engraved in gold near the grip were the words Nimbus 2000. That's, Ron's voice cracked. Harry, that's a Nimbus 2000. That's the best broom in the world. A small card fluttered out of the wrapping. Harry caught it and read the single line of handwriting, do not open this at the table. I'm a McGonagall. Harry looked up at the high table. The Transfiguration professor was eating her breakfast with studied nonchalance, not looking in his direction. But the corner of her mouth was turned up, just barely. She bought you a broom, Ron whispered reverently. McGonagall bought you a Nimbus 2000. I think I'm going to cry. Don't cry on the broom. I make no promises. Harry rewrapped it quickly, conscious of the eyes turning in their direction. A racing broom at the breakfast table was exactly the kind of thing that generated rumors, and he had enough of those already. But as he carried it back to his room, the weight of it in his hands, solid, real, given freely by someone who believed in what he could do, settled something inside him. Not everyone was afraid. Not everyone saw a threat when they looked at him. Some people saw a boy who could fly, and that was enough. The weeks leading up to the exhibition match passed in a rhythm of training, classes, and investigation. Harry's life had organized itself into parallel tracks, the public track, where he attended classes, ate meals at rotating tables, and tried to navigate the social minefield of being the unsorted, and the private track, where he and Ron and Hermione met in the library or his room or hidden corridors, piecing together the mystery of the third floor. Hermione had thrown herself into research with a ferocity that bordered on obsession. She'd moved beyond Hogwarts, a history and the anonymous journal into increasingly obscure sources, genealogical records, magical theory texts, and a crumbling collection of correspondence between early Hogwarts scholars that she'd found in a forgotten cabinet on the 7th floor. Morwenna Gaunt, she announced one Tuesday evening, spreading her notes across Harry's desk while Ron sat on the bed eating a chocolate frog. "I found more." Harry leaned forward. "Tell me." "She wasn't just a student. She was, as far as I can tell, the most powerful witch of the Founders' era. Possibly ever. She could perform magic from all 4 disciplines at a level that rivaled the Founders themselves." Hermione's finger traced a passage in one of her books. "This is from a letter written by a monk named Brother Aldrich, who visited Hogwarts around 995 AD. He writes, 'The young woman called Morwenna possesses a magic that defies the partitions of the school. She moves between the houses as water moves between vessels, belonging to all and constrained by none. The Founders regard her with wonder and unease in equal measure.'" "Wonder and unease," Ron said through a mouthful of chocolate. "Sound familiar?" "There's more. Brother Aldrich visited again 2 years later, in 997. By then, something had changed." Hermione turned the page. "He writes, 'The harmony of the school has been disrupted. The Founders quarrel openly. Slytherin, in particular, has grown dark in his ambitions, and the young Morwenna, his own descendant through the Gaunt line, stands at the center of the conflict. I fear what they intend to do with her power.'" "What they intend to do with it?" Harry repeated. "Not what she intends. What they intend." "Exactly. She wasn't a threat, she was a resource. The Founders were fighting over her. Over her power." Hermione set down the book. "And then, right around the time Slytherin left the school and the Sorting Hat was created, Morwenna vanishes. Completely. No death record. No departure record. Just, gone. The hat was created because of her," Harry said slowly. "The pieces were clicking into place, not forming a complete picture, but sketching the edges of one. The Founders were fighting over a student whose power couldn't be contained by a single house. So they built the hat to make sure it never happened again. To sort every student into a category, keep the power divided. And when the hat encountered you," Hermione began, "it recognized what I was. The same thing. A student that breaks the system." Harry stood and walked to the window. The rain had paused, and the lake was a flat gray mirror under heavy clouds. But Morwenna didn't have a Horcrux inside her. That's the difference. The hat sensed 2 things, my magic and the fragment. One of them scared it. Maybe both. "Which brings us back to the central question," Hermione said. "Is your power connected to the Horcrux? Would you still be this powerful without it?" "I don't know. I don't know how to separate them." "We'll figure it out," Ron said. He'd finished his chocolate frog and was looking at both of them with the quiet steadiness that was his greatest strength, not brilliance, not power, just an unshakable refusal to let his friends face things alone. One step at a time. "Right now, we focus on the match and keeping an eye on Quirrell. The big stuff comes later." He was right. Harry knew he was right. But the big stuff had a way of not waiting for convenient timing. The Marauder's map had become Harry's most valuable tool. He checked it every night before bed, tracking Quirrell's movements through the castle. The pattern was consistent. Quirrell spent his evenings in his office, then around midnight, he'd make his way to the 3rd floor. He'd stand outside the locked door for 10, 20, sometimes 30 minutes. Then he'd return to his quarters. He wasn't going in. Not yet. He was studying the lock, the door, the enchantments layered around it. Patient. Methodical. A predator circling its prey, looking for the weak point. One night, Harry noticed something else on the map. A second dot near the 3rd floor corridor, not Quirrell, but Snape. Standing in an alcove around the corner, invisible from the corridor, watching Quirrell's. The same way Harry was watching both of theirs. Guardian and intruder, locked in a silent game of surveillance, neither willing to make the first move. Harry folded the map and pressed his hand to the wall. The castle hummed. And he wondered, not for the first time, whose side the castle was on. December arrived in a flurry of frost and anticipation. The exhibition match was all anyone could talk about. Dumbledore had announced it at dinner, framing it as a celebration of individual talent in the spirit of interhouse unity, which was the kind of diplomatic language that meant absolutely nothing and absolutely everyone saw through. The Slytherins were furious. Their seeker, Terence Higgs, was a solid flyer with 2 years of competitive experience, and the idea that he was being pitted against an unsorted first year in some kind of exhibition felt, to them, like an insult. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, had been overheard calling it a circus act for Dumbledore's pet freak. The Gryffindors, by contrast, had adopted Harry as an unofficial mascot. Wood's enthusiasm was contagious, and the Gryffindor team had taken to helping Harry practice, running formations around him so he could learn to navigate traffic in the air. Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson were particularly helpful. They'd fly interference patterns while Harry searched for the practice snitch, and they didn't treat him with kid gloves. "You pull up too early on your dives," Angelina told him after a practice session, landing beside him with the casual grace of a natural athlete. "You've got the speed and the reflexes, but you don't commit to the last 10 feet. That's where Higgs will beat you. He's not afraid of the ground." "I'm not afraid of the ground." "Then stop acting like it. Next dive, don't pull up until you can count the blades of grass." Harry took the advice. The next dive, he counted the blades. He pulled up 3 feet from the turf, the snitch in his fist, and Angelina hooped from above. "That's it. That's the dive that wins matches." Harry grinned so hard his face hurt. Flying was the antidote to everything, the whispers, the fear, the dark passenger behind his scar. In the air, he was only himself. The fragment couldn't touch what he felt on a broom, because what he felt on a broom came from a place deeper than magic, deeper than souls. It came from the pure, animal joy of being alive and moving fast. 3 days before the match, Harry was walking through the castle after evening practice when the corridor shifted. He was used to the castle rearranging itself for him, doors appearing, passages extending, stairs holding still. But this was different. The corridor he was walking through didn't just change, it dissolved. The walls softened, the torches dimmed, and the stone floor became carpet, and suddenly Harry was standing in front of a door he'd never seen before, in a part of the castle he didn't recognize. The door was tall, arched, made of dark wood, with no handle or keyhole. Just a smooth surface and, carved into the lintel, a single word, Erist. The castle's hum was intense here, not warm and protective, but charged, vibrating at a frequency that made Harry's teeth ache. Whatever was behind this door, the castle had brought him here deliberately. Harry pushed. The door opened silently. The room beyond was circular, high-ceilinged, and empty except for a single object standing in its center, a mirror. It was enormous, taller than Hagrid, framed in gold, standing on clawed feet. Around the frame, an inscription was carved, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. Harry walked toward it. His reflection appeared in the glass, and he stopped. It wasn't just his reflection. Harry stood in the mirror, but he wasn't alone. Behind him, slightly out of focus, stood a crowd of people. A woman with dark red hair and green eyes, his exact eyes, was smiling at him, her hand on his shoulder. Beside her, a man with messy black hair and glasses just like Harry's, grinning a lopsided grin. James and Lily Potter. His parents. And around them, other figures, more Potters, presumably, grandparents and great-grandparents and family stretching back through generations. But that wasn't what made Harry's breath catch. In the mirror, Harry was wearing robes. Not plain black. Not houseless. His robes bore a crest, but not any of the 4 house crests he knew. This one was quartered in red, blue, yellow, and green, with a symbol at the center that Harry couldn't quite make out. And the people standing with him, some wore Gryffindor colors, some Ravenclaw, some Hufflepuff, some Slytherin. All of them together. All of them his. Ron was there, at his right shoulder. Hermione at his left. Neville behind him. And, Harry blinked, Draco, standing slightly apart from the others, but present. Included. Nobody in the mirror was afraid. Harry stood in front of the mirror of Eriste for a long time. He didn't know how long. The image didn't change, his parents smiled at him, Ron grinned, Hermione nodded, and Harry felt something crack open inside his chest that he'd been keeping sealed since he was old enough to understand that he was alone. He wasn't crying. He was beyond crying. He was in that vast, silent space past tears where grief and longing become a physical weight, pressing on the lungs, filling the throat. I thought I might find you here. Harry didn't jump. He'd felt the shift in the castle's hum, a subtle change, a welcoming note, that told him someone was approaching. He turned. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, wearing a long purple dressing gown and an expression of gentle sadness. You know about the mirror, Harry said. I do. Dumbledore walked forward. His reflection appeared in the glass, but he didn't look at it. He kept his eyes on Harry. The mirror of Eriste shows us the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Nothing more. Nothing less. I see my family. Harry's voice was steady, which surprised him. My parents. And my friends. And I'm wearing all 4 colors. I belong somewhere. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, Harry. Many have wasted away before this mirror, trapped by visions of what they desire most. I won't come back. I know you won't. That's not why I'm here. Dumbledore moved to stand beside Harry, both of them facing the mirror. I'm here because the castle led you to this room, and the castle does not act without purpose. You talk about the castle like it's a person. Not a person. But alive, in its way. 1,000 years of magic, concentrated in stone and wood and water. It develops preferences. Awareness. Something close to will. Dumbledore's blue eyes were distant. When you arrived, the castle responded to you in a way I've only read about in the oldest records. The founders built Hogwarts to contain and nurture magical power. Normally, that power is divided, sorted, if you will, into 4 streams, each flowing through its respective house. But in you, Harry, the power is whole. Undivided. And the castle recognizes that. Morwenna Gaunt, Harry said. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Where did you hear that name? Hermione found it. A student from the Founders' era who couldn't be sorted. Who vanished. Miss Granger is remarkably resourceful. There was admiration in Dumbledore's voice, and something else, a wariness that suggested Hermione had found something he preferred to remain hidden. Morwenna Gaunt was real, Harry. And her story is more relevant to yours than you know. But I must ask you to be patient with that particular thread. The full truth is complicated. And some truths are dangerous when learned too early. That's what people say when they don't want to tell you something. Dumbledore smiled. It was a real smile, not his twinkly, grandfatherly performance, but something more human, more tired. You're right. It is. And I understand your frustration. But I promise you this, when the time is right, I will tell you everything I know about Morwenna Gaunt, about the Sorting Hat, and about what you carry in your scar. You know about the Horcrux. The word landed between them like a dropped blade. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but something behind it shifted, a brace being tightened, a wall being reinforced. Yes, he said simply. I have suspected for some time. The hat's reaction confirmed it. And you left me at the Dursleys anyway. Knowing what was inside me. The blood protection your mother's sacrifice created was the strongest defense available. It required you to live with her blood relatives. I will not apologize for keeping you alive, Harry. But I will say. He paused. Chose his words. I am sorry for what that life cost you. It was a calculation I made, and every calculation has a price. You paid it, and I did not. It was the most honest thing Dumbledore had ever said to him. Harry could feel it, the weight of genuine remorse, unvarnished by wisdom or philosophy. Just a tired old man who'd made a choice he couldn't undo. The mirror, Harry said, turning back to it. His parents were still there, still smiling. What do you see in it? Dumbledore didn't look at the glass. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Harry stared at him. One can never have too many socks, Dumbledore said serenely. Now. I believe you have a Quidditch match to prepare for, and I have a castle to run. Get some rest, Harry. He left. Harry stood in front of the mirror for one more minute, letting his parents' faces burn into his memory. Then he turned away and walked out, and the door closed behind him, and the corridor reformed around him, carrying him back toward familiar ground. He didn't look back. The morning of December 7th was cold, clear, and electric with anticipation. The entire school turned out for the exhibition match, every seat in the Quidditch stadium was packed, house banners flying, students stamping their feet against the chill. Harry could hear the noise from the changing rooms beneath the stands, a roar of hundreds of voices that vibrated in his chest. He was alone in the changing room. No team. No captain giving a pep talk. Just Harry, his Nimbus 2000, and the plain black Quidditch robes that had been tailored without a house crest. The absence of color felt pointed, defiant, a blank canvas in a world that demanded you pick a side. The door opened. Ron stuck his head in. How are you feeling? Like I'm going to be sick. Good. Fred says that's normal. George says if you're not sick, you're not taking it seriously. Ron came fully into the room. He was wearing a Gryffindor scarf, but he'd wrapped a strip of plain black fabric around his wrist, a quiet, unmistakable declaration of whose side he was on. Listen, I know you don't need a pep talk, I really don't. But I'm going to give you one anyway. You're the best flyer I've ever seen. Better than Charlie, and Charlie caught a snitch in his mouth once. Whatever happens up there, you've already proved something. The hat said you don't fit? Fine. Show them that not fitting is a bloody superpower. Harry looked at his friend. Ron's ears were red, which meant he was either embarrassed or passionate or both. Thanks, Ron. Don't thank me. Just catch the snitch. Ron punched his arm. And don't die. I'll do my best. Ron left. Harry picked up his broom. The wood was warm in his hands, thrumming with the same kind of energy that the castle's walls carried, not alive, but aware, responsive, eager. He walked out onto the pitch. The noise hit him like a wall. Hundreds of students, cheering and booing and stamping. The Gryffindors had a massive banner that read Go Potter in flashing red letters, the twins' handiwork, clearly. The Ravenclaws had a smaller, more tasteful sign that Hermione was holding up from the front row, looking both proud and slightly mortified. The Hufflepuffs were split, some cheering for Harry, some neutral, watching with the quiet fairness that defined their house. The Slytherins were unanimous in their hostility, a wall of green and silver, booing loudly. Terence Higgs was already in the air, circling lazily. He was a fifth year, lean and sharp-featured, and he flew with the precise, mechanical efficiency of someone who'd been trained since childhood. He looked down at Harry with cool assessment. Madame Hooch stood at the center of the pitch, the Quidditch trunk at her feet. Since this was a seeker-only exhibition, the rules were simple: one snitch, two seekers, first to catch it wins. No bludgers, no quaffle, no teams. Just speed and skill and nerve. Mount your brooms, Hooch said. Her whistle was ready. On my signal. Harry mounted. The nimbus hummed beneath him, coiled and eager. Hooch opened the trunk. The golden snitch burst out, a flash of gold, wings a blur, and vanished into the grey December sky. The whistle blew. Harry kicked off. The world fell away. The noise of the crowd became distant, a background hum, and Harry's focus narrowed to a single point, the snitch. It was out there, somewhere in the vast grey volume of air above the pitch, and finding it was a matter of patience and perception and trust. Higgs had gone high, climbing in a spiral to get a vantage point over the pitch. Standard strategy: get altitude, scan the field, wait for a glint of gold. Harry knew this because Wood had drilled it into him over weeks of practice. Harry didn't go high. He went fast. He shot forward at broom level, 10 feet off the ground, crossing the pitch in seconds. The crowd gasped. This wasn't how seekers were supposed to fly. Seekers circled, they hovered, they waited. They didn't tear across the pitch at top speed like they were trying to outrun something. But Harry wasn't waiting. He was feeling. The magic in his chest, his magic, the bright warm core of it, was reaching out, sensing the air, the movement of the wind, the tiny displacement caused by beating golden wings. He couldn't see the snitch. But he could feel where it had been. A trail. Faint, invisible to the eye, but there, a disturbance in the magical field that the snitch left behind as it moved. Harry followed it on instinct, banking left, climbing sharply, diving through a gap in the stands that made the crowd scream. Higgs was still circling at altitude. He hadn't spotted the snitch. He hadn't spotted Harry's strategy. By the time he looked down and realized Harry was tracking something, Harry was already 50 yards ahead. There. A flash of gold near the base of the Gryffindor stands. Harry dove. The nimbus responded like it was reading his thoughts, angling into a steep descent that pulled the crowd to their feet. The snitch jinked right, Harry followed, his body flat against the handle, the wind roaring in his ears. It jinked left, Harry followed again, closer now, close enough to see the tiny wings beating frantically. Higgs had spotted them. He was diving too, coming from above, angling to intercept. He was fast. He was good. But he was 70 feet away and Harry was 10. Harry reached out. His fingers closed around the snitch. The crowd exploded. Not all of them. The Slytherin section was silent, Flint's face purple with rage. But the rest of the stadium, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and a scattering of Slytherins who couldn't help being impressed, erupted in a wave of sound that shook the stands. Harry pulled up, the snitch struggling in his fist, and hovered at the center of the pitch. Below him, Ron was on his feet, screaming. Hermione was hugging a startled Padma Patil. Fred and George had set off fireworks from the Gryffindor section. And at the top of the teacher's stand, Dumbledore was clapping, his blue eyes bright. But it was Snape who Harry noticed. Standing at the edge of the teacher's section, arms crossed, not clapping. But watching. And on his face, visible for only a second before the mask slammed back down, was an expression that looked almost like pride. Harry landed. Wood was the first to reach him, grabbing him in a hug that nearly cracked his ribs. Then Ron was there, and Neville, and the Gryffindor team, and suddenly Harry was surrounded by people who were smiling and laughing and slapping his back, and for one shining, perfect moment, it didn't matter that he was unsorted. It didn't matter that he carried a fragment of darkness in his scar. It mattered that he'd flown, and he'd won, and people were happy because of something he'd done. It lasted about 30 seconds. Then Harry's scar ignited. Not a pulse. Not a burn. A detonation, white-hot agony that ripped through his skull and dropped him to his knees. The snitch fell from his fingers. The cheering faltered. Ron grabbed his shoulder. Harry. Harry. The pain was coming from the stands. Harry looked up through watering eyes and found the source, Quirrell, standing at the back of the teacher's section, his turban oriented directly at Harry, and beneath it, something was pressing outward, pressing through, a force so malevolent it turned the air cold. The whisper came. Not just one word this time. You cannot hide from me, boy. Not in the air. Not in stone. Not in your little friend's affection. I am inside you. I am always inside you. Harry pressed his palms against the frozen grass. The pain was incredible. His vision was graying at the edges. But underneath the agony, underneath the fragment's assault, he felt something else, the castle. The hum. Rushing up from the ground through his hands, warm and vast and ancient, pushing back against the cold. He didn't think about it. He let the castle's magic flow through him, using it as a barrier, a shield between the fragment and his conscious mind. The whisper receded. The pain dimmed. Harry could breathe again. He stood up. His hands were shaking. His nose was bleeding. But he stood. I'm fine, he told Ron, wiping blood from his lip. Just, the scar. It happens. That didn't look like it just happens. Ron's face was white. That looked like something was trying to kill you. Not kill. Talk. Harry looked up at the stands. Quirrell had gone. I need to, Ron, can you cover for me? Tell them I'm going to the hospital wing. Are you going to the hospital wing? No. Didn't think so. Ron squared his shoulders. Be careful. Harry grabbed his nimbus and ran. Not toward the hospital wing, toward the castle. He needed to think. He needed to plan. Because the fragment's message had been clear, it was aware. It was watching through his eyes. And whatever Voldemort was doing inside Quirrell's turban, he was using the Horcrux connection to reach Harry directly. They were running out of time. Harry found Hermione in the library. She'd left the match early. I saw your face when the scar hit, I came straight here, and she had books open to pages on mental defense, on occlumency, on barriers of the mind. You need to learn to shield your thoughts, she said without preamble. If Voldemort can speak to you through the Horcrux, he can probably see through you too. Your memories, your plans, our plans. Everything. Hermione pushed a book toward him. Occlumency. The magical defense of the mind against external penetration. It's newt level at minimum, probably beyond that. But the basic principle is simple, you build walls. Mental barriers. You learn to detect intrusion and repel it. Who teaches that? They looked at each other, and the same name surfaced in both their minds. The one person at Hogwarts who would know about mental defenses. The one person who would understand why Harry needed them. No, Harry said. Absolutely not. Snape is a master occlumens. It's how he survives, he has to be, working in proximity to Dumbledore and with his history. He's the only one who can teach you. He hates me. He doesn't hate you. He hates what you represent. Hermione's voice was gentle but firm. And he loved your mother. Which means, underneath everything, he wants to protect you. Even if he'd rather eat his own wand than admit it. Harry stared at the ceiling. The library hummed around him, a subset of the castle's larger vibration, focused through thousands of books and centuries of knowledge. I'll think about it. Think fast. The match proved something to Voldemort. He knows you're powerful. He knows the Horcrux connection works both ways. He's going to use it. Harry left the library and walked the corridors for an hour, turning Hermione's words over in his mind. The castle guided him, not toward his room, but through parts of the school he'd never visited. A corridor of stained glass windows depicting the four founders. A gallery of moving portraits, each labeled with names and dates stretching back to the school's origin. A small, round room at the top of a tower that contained nothing but a stone basin and a sense of profound, watchful silence. He ended up, without intending to, outside Snape's office. The door was closed. Light seeped from beneath it. Harry raised his hand to knock, held it there for 10 seconds, and then dropped it. Standing outside my door at 10 in the evening will not make it open itself, Potter. Harry jumped. The door swung inward. Snape stood behind it, still in his teaching robes, a glass of something amber on his desk. His face bore the particular exhaustion of a man who'd spent a long day pretending to feel nothing. "Come in," Snape said. "Before someone sees you and starts another round of rumors." Harry entered. The office was exactly what he'd expected, dark, cramped, lined with jars of things floating in murky liquid. The fire was low. Snape's desk was covered in essays marked in aggressive red ink. "Sit." Snape gestured to a chair. Harry sat. They looked at each other across the desk. "I saw what happened at the match," Snape said. "The scar. It's getting stronger. The connection. He spoke to me today." Full sentences. Snape's jaw tightened. "What did he say?" "That he's inside me. That he can see through me. That I can't hide." Harry met Snape's eyes. "I need to learn occlumency." The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. Snape didn't move. His expression didn't change. But something in his eyes, in those black, fathomless depths, shifted. A door opening, just a crack. "Occlumency," Snape repeated. "Hermione says you're the only one who can teach it. Miss Granger is presumptuous. Miss Granger is right." Another silence. Snape picked up his glass, looked at it, set it down. "You understand what occlumency training involves. I would need to enter your mind. See your memories. Your fears. Your secrets. There would be no privacy between us. I know. And you're willing to allow that. Even knowing how I've treated you." Harry thought about it. Really thought about it, not the surface answer, but the deep one. Snape had been cruel to him. Snape had been hostile, dismissive, and unfair. But Snape had also stood guard outside the third-floor corridor. Snape had confronted Quirrell. Snape had carried the burden of the Horcrux secret without telling Harry, trying to protect him in the only way he knew how, by pushing him away from danger. "You loved my mum," Harry said quietly. "That doesn't make you a good person. But it makes you someone I can trust with this." Snape flinched. It was small, a tightening around the eyes, a fractional movement of the jaw, but it was the most human reaction Harry had ever seen from him. "Thursday evenings," Snape said. 8 o'clock. Tell no one, especially not Dumbledore." "Why not Dumbledore?" "Because Dumbledore sees you as a chess piece, Potter, and I refuse to let him know which squares you're defending." Snape's voice was hard. "You may choose to trust the headmaster. I do not have that luxury." Harry nodded. He stood to leave. "Potter." Harry turned at the door. Snape was looking at him with that complicated, layered expression, grief and anger and something painfully close to tenderness, all tangled together, all held in check by iron will. "Your mother would be proud of you. Not for the power. Not for the flying." He paused. "For the friends you've chosen. She valued that above everything." Harry's throat closed. He managed a nod and left the office, walking blind through corridors that the castle lit and cleared for him, until he reached his room and sat on his bed and let the tears come, not many, not for long, but enough. Hedwig landed on his knee. He stroked her feathers and breathed. The next morning, a letter arrived at breakfast. Not from Lucius Malfoy this time, from the Ministry of Magic. Harry opened it with Ron looking over one shoulder and Neville over the other. "Dear Mr. Potter, the Department of Magical Education has received multiple inquiries from concerned parents regarding your status at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Your unprecedented classification as an unsorted student has raised questions about the adequacy of your educational placement and the safety of other students in your proximity. A review panel has been convened to assess your situation. You may be required to attend a hearing at a future date. In the interim, we request that Headmaster Dumbledore provide a full account of the circumstances surrounding your sorting and any incidents involving accidental or uncontrolled magic. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic. Office. Ron's face went slowly, dangerously red. They want to review you. Like you're a broken wand or a dodgy cauldron. It's the parents, Harry said. He felt cold. Calm. The kind of calm that comes when you've been expecting a blow and it finally lands. After the feather incident. The troll. Someone wrote to the ministry. Several someones, I'd bet. Neville's voice was uncharacteristically sharp. My grand's on the board of governors. I'll write to her tonight. Neville, you don't have to, Harry. Neville met his gaze, and the boy who was scared of his own shadow was nowhere to be found. You stood up for me when no one else would. This is me standing up for you. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy caught Harry's eye. He tilted his head, a question. Harry gave the smallest shake of his head. Later. They met behind the greenhouses at lunch. Draco had ditched Crabbe and Goyle. I told them I had a stomachache. They're not bright enough to question it, and he was pacing, visibly agitated. The ministry letter, Draco said. I know about it. My father drafted the petition that triggered it. The words hit Harry like cold water. Your father. He's playing both sides. He wrote to you offering friendship. He petitioned the ministry to investigate you. It's what he does, he creates problems and then offers solutions, so you're grateful when he steps in to fix the mess he made. Draco stopped pacing. His face was tight, conflicted. I found out this morning. He didn't tell me. I found the draft in his study over the holiday post. Why are you telling me this? Because it's wrong. The words came out raw, almost angry. I spent my whole life thinking my father was, that he knew best, that his way was the smart way, the Slytherin way. But this isn't cunning. It's cruelty. You're 11 years old, Potter. You didn't ask for any of this. Harry studied him. Draco Malfoy, standing behind a greenhouse in the December cold, choosing honesty over loyalty, conscience over bloodline. It was costing him. Harry could see it in the tension around his mouth, the way his hands kept clenching and unclenching. Thank you, Harry said. For telling me. Don't thank me. I'm a Malfoy betraying a Malfoy. That's not noble. It's treason. But the faintest smile crossed his face. Just, be careful, Potter. My father doesn't lose gracefully. He walked away, back toward the castle, his blond head bowed against the wind. Harry stood among the greenhouses and felt the web tighten around him. Voldemort, Quirrell, the Ministry, Lucius Malfoy, the Horcrux, the castle's ancient magic, all of it converging, all of it pressing in. He closed his eyes. Breathed. Felt the ground beneath his feet and the hum of the castle through the frozen earth. Then he opened his eyes and walked back inside. There was work to do. That evening, Harry sat in his room with the map spread before him. Ron was there, and Hermione, smuggled in under creative interpretation of the rotating schedule, and the three of them mapped out everything they knew on a fresh piece of parchment. The stone is under the trapdoor, Hermione said, writing as she spoke. Guarded by enchantments from at least 6 teachers. Quirrell is trying to get through them, working for Voldemort. Snape is watching Quirrell. Dumbledore is watching everyone. Lucius Malfoy is trying to get me investigated or expelled, Harry added. The Ministry is circling. And the Horcrux connection is getting stronger. And we're 3 first years with a stolen map and a library card, Ron said. He didn't sound defeated. He sounded like he was sizing up a chessboard. What are our moves? A clemency lessons with Snape. Starting Thursday. Harry saw their faces and held up a hand. I know. But I need to block the connection. If Voldemort can see through me, he can see our plans. Harry's right, Hermione said reluctantly. The mental defense has to come first. What about the Ministry? Ron asked. If they pull Harry out of school, they won't. Harry said it with a confidence he didn't entirely feel. Dumbledore won't allow it. And Neville's writing to his grandmother, who's on the board of governors. And Draco's leaking his father's plans, Hermione added. She still looked uncomfortable with the Malfoy alliance. Which helps, but we can't rely on it. Draco's loyalties are divided. Everyone's loyalties are divided, Harry said. That's what this year has taught me. Nobody in this castle is just one thing. Snape's not just cruel. Dumbledore's not just wise. Malfoy's not just his father's son. And I'm not just the boy who lived or the unsorted or the kid with a Horcrux. He looked at his friends. We play the hand we're dealt. We watch, we learn, we prepare. And when Quirrell makes his move, because he will, it's only a matter of time, we're ready. Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Something passed between them, an acknowledgement, a commitment, a line being crossed that couldn't be uncrossed. Together, Ron said. Together, Hermione echoed. Harry folded the map. The castle hummed beneath them, ancient and watchful and alive. Outside the window, snow had begun to fall, the first snow of December, thick and white and silent, covering the grounds in a blanket that erased the lines between Quidditch pitch and Forbidden Forest, between lake and shore, between one house's territory and another's. Erasing the lines. Harry liked that. He pressed his hand to the wall one final time. The stone was warm, and the hum that answered felt, for all the world, like a heartbeat. Chapter 5, Through the Trapdoor. Christmas morning arrived with silence. Harry woke to a room transformed. Frost had painted the window in fractal patterns, and beyond the glass, the grounds were buried under a foot of fresh snow that smoothed every edge and erased every path. The lake was frozen solid, or at least its surface was, and the mountains beyond it were white ghosts against a pale sky. But the silence was what struck him. No Dursleys. No Dudley thundering down the stairs to tear-open presents. No Aunt Petunia's shrill voice reminding Harry that Christmas was for family and he wasn't included. Just stillness, and cold light, and the soft sound of Hedwig ruffling her feathers on the windowsill. Harry sat up and saw the pile at the foot of his bed. Presents. Actual presents, wrapped in actual paper, sitting there like they belonged. Harry stared at them for a full 30 seconds before his brain accepted that they were real and they were his. He slid out of bed and knelt on the cold floor. The first package was lumpy and soft, a hand-knitted sweater in deep emerald green, with a silver H on the front. A note fell out, "Dear Harry, Ron told me you don't have a proper Christmas jumper. Everyone should have one. Happy Christmas. Molly Weasley." Harry held the sweater against his chest. It smelled like wool and home and something he didn't have a word for. He put it on immediately. The second was from Hermione, a leather-bound journal with enchanted pages that organized themselves by topic. For your notes. The ones you don't want anyone else to read. The pages blank themselves if anyone but you touches them. H.G. Harry grinned. Only Hermione would give a gift that was simultaneously thoughtful and paranoid. The third was from Ron, a massive box of chocolate frogs and a card that said, in Ron's untidy scrawl, "Merry Christmas, mate. You're the weirdest person I've ever met and I wouldn't trade you for anything. Don't tell Fred and George the first said that." A small package from Neville contained a plant, a tiny, spiky thing in a ceramic pot. "It's a Mimbulus Mimbletonia. They're supposed to be lucky. I thought you could use some. Neville." The plant quivered when Harry touched it and let out a small, contented sigh. And then there was the last package. It was wrapped in silvery paper that shimmered when Harry touched it, as if the wrapping itself was made of something not quite solid. No tag. No card. Harry unwrapped it carefully and the paper fell away to reveal fabric, but not ordinary fabric. It was like woven water, or liquid moonlight, rippling and shifting between visibility and transparency. Harry held it up. His hand vanished. He threw the cloak around his shoulders and looked down. His body was gone. Completely, totally invisible, nothing but a floating head in the mirror on the back of his door. A note fluttered from the folds. The handwriting was thin, spidery, and unfamiliar. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. But Harry could guess. Only one person in the castle would have had James Potter's possessions. Only one person would return them now, at this moment, when Harry needed every advantage he could get. Dumbledore was arming him. Harry folded the invisibility cloak carefully and set it on his bed. Then he sat beside it, wearing Mrs. Weasley's sweater, surrounded by gifts from people who cared about him, and felt something vast and warm bloom in his chest. Last Christmas he'd watched the Dursleys open presents from behind the kitchen door. This Christmas, he had a sweater, a journal, chocolate, a lucky plant, and an invisibility cloak. The world was changing. He was changing it. He dressed, pocketed the cloak, it folded impossibly small, as if it existed partially in another dimension, and went to find Ron. The Gryffindor common room was warm with fire and strewn with wrapping paper. Most students had gone home for the holidays, but the Weasleys had stayed, all of them, including Percy, who was wearing his new sweater with the offended dignity of someone who considered hand-knitted gifts beneath him but would never say so to his mother. Ron was sitting in front of the fire wearing a maroon sweater with a large R on the front and an expression of pure, chocolate-fueled contentment. He looked up when Harry climbed through the portrait hole and grinned. Happy Christmas. Did Mum's sweater fit? Perfectly. Harry dropped onto the couch beside him. Ron, your mum knitted me a sweater. She's never even met me. Yeah, well. I told her about you. The whole unsorted thing, the room on your own, all of it. She cried a bit. Then she started knitting. Ron shrugged. That's Mum. She can't fix everything, so she knits. Harry didn't trust himself to speak for a moment. He pulled the invisibility cloak from his pocket and unfolded it across his lap. Ron's eyes went wide. Harry, is that an invisibility cloak? It was my dad's. Ron reached out and touched the fabric reverently. These are incredibly rare. There might be 3 in the world rare. Who sent it? No signature. But I think it was Dumbledore. Why would Dumbledore give you an invisibility cloak? Harry looked at the fabric rippling across his knees. Because something's coming. And he wants me to be able to move through the castle without being seen. The lightness of Christmas morning dimmed slightly. Ron's grin faded to something more serious. We should test it, Ron said. Tonight. After everyone's asleep. I was thinking the same thing. They spent Christmas Day the way Harry imagined normal children did, eating too much, playing exploding snap, watching Fred and George bewitch Percy's prefect badge to read Pinhead instead of prefect. At lunch in the Great Hall, the long house tables had been replaced by a single round table, and the dozen or so students who'd stayed for the holidays sat together regardless of house. Harry sat between Ron and a quiet Hufflepuff second year named Hannah Abbott, and across from Draco Malfoy. Draco's presence at the Christmas table surprised everyone except Harry. The Malfoys didn't do Hogwarts Christmases. Draco should have been at the manor, eating swan or whatever Malfoys ate on holidays. But here he was, wearing an expensive-looking sweater and an expression of studied nonchalance that didn't quite hide the loneliness underneath. Father had ministry obligations, Draco said when Ron raised an eyebrow. I chose to stay. He said chose the way someone says survived, like it had cost him something. Dumbledore wore a flowered bonnet from a cracker and made terrible jokes that only Hagrid laughed at. Snape was absent, the single empty chair at the table conspicuous and telling. McGonagall got slightly tipsy on mulled wine and told a story about a transfiguration accident in 1973 that involved a student, a rabbit, and the Hogwarts Express. Even Draco laughed. After lunch, Harry caught Draco alone in the corridor. The blonde boy was standing at a window, watching the snow fall, and his reflection in the glass looked younger than he usually let himself appear. "You stayed because of your father's letter," Harry said. "The petition." Draco didn't turn around. "I stayed because home doesn't feel like home anymore. Not since I started seeing things clearly." He paused. "He sent me instructions for Christmas. A list of students to cultivate, information to gather. Like I'm an asset, not a son. I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm a Malfoy. We don't do pity." But his voice cracked, just slightly. "I sent him a Christmas card and a pair of socks. Nothing else. He'll understand the message. Socks. It's a pure-blood thing. It means, actually, I don't know what it means. I just wanted to send him something worthless." Harry almost smiled. "For what it's worth, you've got a seat at our table. If you want it." Draco finally turned. His grey eyes searched Harry's face for an angle, a manipulation, the catch. He didn't find one. "I'll think about it, Potter." But the corner of his mouth turned up, and when he walked away, his shoulders were straighter than they'd been all day. That night, after the castle settled into sleep, Harry wrapped the invisibility cloak around himself and Ron and they crept into the corridors. The cloak covered them both, but barely. Ron was tall enough that their ankles were exposed if they didn't crouch slightly, and they had to move in sync to avoid stepping on each other. They looked, Harry imagined, like a very slow, very clumsy four-legged ghost. "Where are we going?" Ron whispered. "Third floor. I want to see the door. Really see it, not just walk past." They crept through corridors that the castle helpfully kept dark and silent, past sleeping portraits and snoring suits of armor. The Marauder's map was in Harry's free hand, and he checked it every few minutes. Filch was on the ground floor, Snape was in his office, Quirrell was in bed. They reached the third-floor corridor. The locked door stood at the far end, heavy iron bands across dark wood, and even from 30 feet away, Harry could hear it, the low, tripartite growling from the other side. 3 heads, 3 throats, 3 rumbles that merged into a single ominous chord. "Fluffy," Ron breathed. "What?" "The 3-headed dog. Hagrid's. He calls it Fluffy. I heard him mention it to Dumbledore at the feast." "Of course he does." Harry moved closer to the door. His scar was pulsing, the Horcrux's familiar tug toward whatever lay beneath the trapdoor, but the occlumency exercises Snape had started teaching him were helping. He could feel the pull without being controlled by it. A leash he could hold rather than one that held him. Snape's lessons had been brutal. Every Thursday evening for the past 3 weeks, Harry had sat in Snape's office and had his mind systematically broken into. Snape's legilimency was like a battering ram wrapped in surgical precision. He'd blast through Harry's defenses, rifle through his memories, and then critique his failure to block the intrusion with the same contemptuous efficiency he used to grade potion essays. But Harry was learning. Slowly, painfully, he was learning to build walls. Not walls of stone or steel. Snape had explained that rigid barriers were easily shattered. Instead, Harry was learning to create misdirection. Layers of thought, like curtains, that could absorb an intrusion and redirect it to harmless memories while the real thought stayed hidden underneath. "You have your mother's stubbornness," Snape had said at the end of the 3rd lesson, which was the closest thing to a compliment Harry had ever received from him. "And unfortunately, your father's recklessness. The combination is maddening." Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's a surviving thing. Which is all I require. Now, standing before the locked door, Harry pressed his palm against the wood and felt through it. Not with his hand, with his magic. The castle's awareness flowed through him, and for a moment, he could sense the layers beneath, the dog, yes, but below it, a shaft, and below that, a series of chambers, each one humming with a different magical signature. Sprout's warmth. Flitwick's precise energy. Snape's cold, controlled power. McGonagall's sharp rigidity. And beneath them all, something deep and golden and ageless that could only be Dumbledore's. 6 protections, Harry murmured. Maybe 7. Can you feel them? Ron asked, awed. The castle can. And right now, so can I. Harry pulled his hand away. We need Hermione. I need her to work out the logic of each layer, what to expect, how to counter it. When Quirrell goes for the stone, we need to be ready to follow. When, not if. When. Harry checked the map again. Quirrell's was still in bed. It'll be soon. He's been studying the protections for months. And whatever Voldemort is doing inside that turban, he's getting impatient. I can feel it through the scar, a pressure, building. Like a storm that hasn't broken yet. They crept back to Gryffindor Tower in silence, the cloak rippling around them, and Harry left Ron at the portrait hole and walked alone to his own room. The castle was quiet, the hum low and steady, and when he passed Isolde's portrait, she opened one eye and murmured, "Be careful with what you're planning, Mr. Potter. The castle can protect you from many things. But not from yourself." Harry didn't ask what she meant. He was beginning to understand. The weeks between Christmas and spring term passed in a strange, pressurized rhythm. Harry attended classes, practiced Quidditch with Wood, sat his occlumency lessons with Snape, and spent every free moment with Ron and Hermione preparing for something they couldn't quite name but could feel approaching like a train in a tunnel. Hermione had been working on the protections problem with her usual terrifying thoroughness. She'd compiled dossiers on each teacher's specialty, cross-referenced them with known protective enchantments, and produced a document that she called Contingency Protocols, and that Ron called Hermione's Guide to Not Dying. Fluffy first, she said, spreading her notes across Harry's desk. Ron sat on the bed, eating an apple. Harry paced. Hagrid's the key. He let slip to me in herbology that Fluffy falls asleep when you play music. Any music. So we need an instrument. I can't play anything, Ron said. I can't either, Harry said. Honestly, neither can I. Hermione pursed her lips. I'll enchant something. A music box, maybe. Or a flute, there's a self-playing charm in Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3. I can learn it. Of course you can, Ron said, not unkindly. After Fluffy, there's the shaft. Probably a long drop. I'm guessing Sprout's protection is at the bottom, something botanical that cushions the fall. Devil's Snare would be my bet. It's deadly if you panic, but if you relax and stay calm, it releases you. Or if you hit it with light or fire, Ron added. Hermione stared at him. What? I read sometimes. I'm genuinely impressed. Don't get used to it. Hermione continued. After Sprout, I'd expect Flitwick's challenge, something that requires charm work, probably involving enchanted objects. Then McGonagall's, almost certainly a transfiguration-based puzzle. Then Snape's, likely potions, a logic puzzle with brood solutions. Then Quirrell's defense contribution, though if he's the one trying to steal the stone, he's probably already bypassed his own protection. And finally Dumbledore's, which could be anything. That's a lot of unknowns, Harry said. Welcome to every plan ever made, Ron said. You plan for what you can and improvise the rest. It's like chess, you can think 10 moves ahead, but the board always surprises you. Harry stopped pacing. Ron, you just said something brilliant. Don't sound so shocked. No, I mean, chess. Strategy. We can't plan for every protection, but we can plan for roles. Hermione handles the knowledge-based challenges, potions, logic, anything that requires research. I handle the physical ones, anything that requires power or instinct. And you, I handle the strategy. Ron sat up straighter. I see the board. I know which pieces to sacrifice and when to push forward. The word sacrifice hung in the air. None of them addressed it. But it was there, and they all heard it, and the fact that none of them flinched was its own kind of answer. There's one more thing, Harry said. He sat down and pressed his palms together, choosing his words. If we go through that trapdoor, there's a chance I'll have to face Voldemort. Or whatever he is right now, the thing inside Quirrell. And if I do, he took a breath. The Horcrux will react. The fragment inside me will try to connect with him. I've been working on blocking it, but I can't guarantee the wall will hold. What happens if it doesn't hold? Hermione asked quietly. I don't know. At best, it hurts like hell and I power through. At worst, Harry shook his head. I don't know the worst case. Nobody does. This has never happened before. Then we make sure it doesn't come to that, Ron said. We get in, we get the stone, we get out. If Quirrell's already there, we deal with him. But we don't let it become a standoff between you and you-know-who. That's a fight we're not ready for. Agreed. Hermione closed her notebook. We prepare for every challenge, we move fast, and we stay together. When it happens, and Harry's right, it will happen soon, we don't hesitate. They looked at each other. 3 first years making battle plans in a room that belonged to no house, against an enemy that most adults wouldn't dare to name. It was absurd. It was terrifying. And there was nowhere else any of them would rather be. The break came on a Tuesday in late May. Harry was in herbology when the scar hit him, not a pulse, not a burn, but a sudden, overwhelming flood of emotion that wasn't his own. Triumph. Anticipation. Hunger. The fragment was surging, reacting to something, and through the acclimancy barriers Harry had built, he caught a flash of thought that wasn't his, tonight. Harry dropped his trowel. Professor Sprout looked over, concerned. Mr. Potter. I'm fine, Professor. Just, pricked my finger. He wasn't fine. His heart was hammering. The fragment was writhing behind his mental walls, pushing against them, leaking emotion through the cracks. Voldemort's excitement was like acid in his thoughts. Tonight. Quirrell was going for the stone tonight. Harry caught Hermione's eye across the greenhouse. She was with the Ravenclaws, repotting mandrakes, and she took one look at his face and understood. She gave a single, sharp nod. After class, Harry found Ron in the corridor. He didn't need to say much. Tonight? Tonight. Ron's face went white, then set. Right. I'll get the chess set. Why would you need a chess set? Call it a hunch. They met in Harry's room at 9 o'clock. Hermione brought a small bag, enchanted, bigger on the inside, containing a self-playing flute, a bottle of blue fire she'd been perfecting since December, and several potions she'd brewed from recipes she'd found in the restricted section. Ron brought his wizard's chess set and a look of grim determination. Harry brought the invisibility cloak, his wand, and the stubborn, terrified, unshakable certainty that this was what he'd been building toward all year. We should tell someone, Hermione said. It was a token protest, she was already lacing up her boots. Dumbledore, or McGonagall, or, Dumbledore's not in the castle. Harry had checked the map. The headmaster's dot was gone, completely absent, not just in another room. He left this afternoon. I saw an owl arrive during dinner, and he was gone within the hour. That's convenient, Ron said darkly. Too convenient. I think someone lured him away. A message, a crisis, something to get him out of the castle. Harry pulled the map out and spread it on the bed. Look, Quirrell's in his office. Snape's in his. But. He traced the third-floor corridor. Snape's moving. He's heading for the third floor. He's going to try to stop Quirrell himself, Hermione said. Or he's going to try to get the stone first. We don't know. Harry folded the map. Either way, we go now. They crept through the corridors under the invisibility cloak, all three of them, barely fitting, Hermione's elbow in Ron's ribs and Ron's foot on Harry's heel. The castle was quiet, but the hum was different tonight, higher, tighter, as if the stones themselves were holding their breath. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was ajar. Harry's stomach dropped. Someone's already been through. They pushed the door open. Fluffy was inside, enormous, 3 heads filling the room, 6 eyes blinking in the torchlight. But the beast was drowsy, its head swaying, and at its feet was a small golden harp playing itself. Someone had enchanted it, the music was soft, lilting, and Fluffy's eyelids were drooping. Quirrell, Hermione whispered. He's already passed. Or Snape, Ron countered. Doesn't matter. We keep going. Harry pulled the cloak off, no point being invisible now, and crossed the room to the trapdoor. One of Fluffy's heads snored, sending a gust of hot, meaty breath across the room. Ron gagged silently. Harry opened the trapdoor. Below was darkness, pure, complete, the kind of darkness that swallowed light. The harp's music was faltering, its enchantment wearing off. Fluffy's left head twitched. The middle head's eyes flickered open. Jump, Harry said. Now. He jumped first. The darkness swallowed him, 2 seconds of freefall, wind rushing past his ears, and then he landed on something soft and slightly damp that closed around his legs like a living blanket. Devil's snare. Hermione landed beside him a second later, then Ron, and immediately the tendrils tightened. Thick, ropey vines coiled around their ankles, their wrists, climbing toward their throats. Don't panic, Hermione said, her voice steady despite the vine crawling up her arm. Devil's snare, it kills you if you struggle. Relax. Go limp. Harry forced his body to relax. It was counterintuitive, every instinct screamed at him to fight, but he went slack, and the vines loosened, and he slipped through like water through a net, dropping onto hard stone below. Hermione followed. Ron didn't. Ron. Relax. I am relaxing. Ron's voice was strained, panicked. The vines were around his chest now, squeezing. This is my relaxed face. Hermione pulled out her bottle of blue fire, uncorked it, and hurled it upward. The flames erupted against the devil's snare, and the plant recoiled with a shriek that sounded almost human. Ron fell through, landing hard, gasping. Lucky Hermione pays attention in herbology, he wheezed. Lucky you mentioned fire at Christmas, Hermione shot back. They were in a stone passageway, narrow and descending. Water dripped from the ceiling. The air was cold and old and tasted of earth. Harry pulled out the map, useless this far underground, the ink blurring and reforming uncertainly, and pocketed it. Forward, he said. The next chamber was vast and filled with, at first glance, birds. Hundreds of tiny, glittering things swooping and diving around the high ceiling in a frenzy of motion. But they weren't birds. They were keys. Winged keys, all shapes and sizes, and on the far side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door with an ornate iron lock. 3 broomsticks hovered at the ready near the entrance. Flitwick's challenge, Hermione said, scanning the cloud of keys. We need to find the one that fits the lock. It'll probably be old, large, matching the iron, there. She pointed. High above them, moving slower than the others, was a large silver key with a bent wing. It had been caught before, someone had already grabbed it, used it, and released it. The damaged wing made it sluggish but erratic, dipping and weaving unpredictably. Harry grabbed a broom. I've got this. He kicked off. The keys scattered around him in a storm of metal wings. The damaged silver key saw him coming and dove, trying to lose itself in the swarm. Harry followed. The broom was clumsy, a school clean sweep, nothing like his nimbus, but it responded to his instincts, and Harry wove through the key cloud with the same fluid precision he used on the Quidditch pitch. He caught the silver key in a sharp upward snatch, dove back to the door, and jammed it into the lock. It turned with a satisfying click. The door swung open. "Show off," Ron said, but he was grinning. The next chamber stopped them cold. It was a chessboard. A massive, stone chessboard, stretching the full width of the room, with pieces that stood taller than any of them. White pieces on the near side, black on the far, and between them, the cold, brutal geometry of a game waiting to be played. Ron walked forward. His face had changed, the nervousness was gone, replaced by a focused, almost predatory calm. He studied the board the way a general studies a battlefield. "McGonagall," he said. "Transfigured chess pieces. We have to play our way across." He turned to Harry and Hermione. "Don't take this the wrong way, but you're both terrible at chess. Let me handle this." "Ron, I can see the board, Harry. All of it. The patterns, the traps, the sacrifices. This is what I do." He pointed. "Harry, take the bishop's square. Hermione, you're the castle, the rook. I'm a knight." They took their positions. The white pieces waited, impassive, stone faces blank. Ron made the first move. He directed the black pieces with quiet authority, his voice steady, his eyes sweeping the board 3, 4, 5 moves ahead. The white pieces responded. Pawns clashed with grinding stone. A bishop was taken, smashed to rubble by a white queen that moved with terrifying speed. Harry watched Ron work. This was Ron's genius, not book-smart like Hermione, not instinct-driven like Harry, but strategic. Ron saw systems. He saw how pieces related to each other, how sacrifice created opportunity, how position mattered more than power. The game progressed. Pieces fell on both sides. Ron moved Harry and Hermione through the board like assets in a military campaign, forward when safe, sideways when threatened, never backward. His own knight piece stood in the center of the board, exposed, and Harry could see what Ron was building toward. The pattern was clear. "Ron," Harry said. "Don't. I have to." Ron's voice was calm. Too calm. "It's the only way. If I move here," he pointed to a square directly in the path of the White Queen. "The Queen takes me. That leaves you free to checkmate the King. It's 3 moves. There has to be another way." "There isn't. I've looked." Ron met Harry's eyes. "I'm a knight, Harry. Knights don't move in straight lines. They jump. They sacrifice. It's the only piece on the board that doesn't play by the normal rules." He managed a lopsided grin. "Sound like anyone you know?" "Ron, don't argue. Just be ready to move when I say." Ron straightened on his square. Drew a breath. "Harry. Win." He stepped forward. The White Queen swiveled. It crossed the board in 3 enormous strides and struck Ron with an arm of solid stone. Ron crumpled. He hit the ground hard and didn't move, and Hermione screamed, and Harry felt something white-hot and furious rip through his chest. He didn't think. He stepped to the square Ron had opened and said, "Checkmate." The White King's stone sword clattered to the floor. The pieces parted. The path was clear. Harry ran to Ron. He was breathing, unconscious but breathing, a bruise already swelling on his temple. Hermione was beside them in seconds, her hands checking Ron's pulse, his pupils. "He's okay," she said, her voice shaking. "Concussion, probably. But he's okay." "Stay with him," Harry said. "Harry, the potions challenge is next. That's your territory." But after that, it's me. Harry gripped her shoulder. Stay with Ron. Make sure he's safe. If I'm not back in an hour, go to McGonagall, tell her everything. Hermione's eyes were bright with tears she wasn't letting fall. Harry, you can't face Voldemort alone, I'm not alone. He touched his chest, where the sweater Mrs. Weasley had knitted sat against his skin. Where Hermione's enchanted journal was in his pocket. Where Ron's chess piece, a black knight, which Ron had pressed into Harry's hand on the first night of their investigation and said, for luck, sat like a talisman over his heart. I'm never alone. You taught me that. Hermione pulled him into a fierce, sudden hug. Come back. I will. He walked through the door into the next chamber. Snape's challenge. A table stood in the center of a small, cold room. On it, 7 bottles of varying shapes and sizes, arranged in a line. In front of the bottles, a sheet of parchment. Behind Harry, the doorway he'd entered through erupted in purple fire. Ahead, the doorway to the next chamber filled with black flame. Trapped. But not permanently. Harry picked up the parchment and read. A logic puzzle. 7 bottles, 3 poison, 2 wine, 1 to go forward through the black flames, 1 to go back through the purple. The parchment provided clues, and the solution required logic, not magic. Snape's sense of humor, in a world of wands and spells, the greatest protection was a puzzle most wizards couldn't solve because they'd never learned to think straight. Harry read the clues 3 times. He wasn't Hermione, he didn't see the answer instantly, but the occlumency training had sharpened his mind in unexpected ways. Snape had taught him to think in layers, to hold multiple possibilities simultaneously, to eliminate options through logic rather than instinct. The smallest bottle. That was the one. Harry picked it up. There was barely a mouthful inside, enough for 1 person. 1. He drank it. The potion was ice-cold, and it spread through him in a wave that extinguished all warmth but left his mind diamond clear. He walked through the black flames and felt them lick at his skin without burning. The final chamber. Harry descended a short flight of stairs and stopped. The room was large, circular, and lit by torches that burned with an unnatural, steady light. In the center stood the mirror of Eriste, relocated from the room the castle had shown him months ago, its golden frame gleaming, the inscription still carved around the edge. And in front of the mirror, already there, already waiting, stood Professor Quirrell. Without the turban. The back of Quirrell's head was exposed, and Harry's scar detonated. The pain was worse than anything he'd ever felt, worse than the sorting, worse than the Quidditch match, worse than the flashes and pulses of the past months. This was a sustained, screaming agony, as if someone had driven a red-hot needle into his forehead and was twisting it. Harry dropped to one knee, gasping. Quirrell turned around. His face was calm. No stutter. No twitch. The nervous, bumbling professor was gone, replaced by a man with cold, steady eyes and a mouth that curled in quiet satisfaction. Ah, Harry. I wondered if you'd come. Harry forced himself to stand. The pain was immense, but behind it, his occlumency walls were holding, barely, groaning under pressure, but holding. Snape's training was the only reason he was still conscious. The turban, Harry managed. Take it off. Quirrell smiled. It's already off. But you're not asking about the turban. You're asking about what's underneath. He turned slowly, presenting the back of his head to Harry. A face. Pressed into Quirrell's skull like a mask pushed through clay from the other side, white, flat, with slitted nostrils and eyes that burned red in the torchlight. A face that Harry had seen in nightmares, in the mirror of Eriste's dark reflection, in the whispers behind his scar. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. His voice was thin, reedy, a sound that shouldn't have been able to come from a human throat. We meet at last. Harry's scar screamed. His walls cracked. And through the cracks, the Horcrux surged, the fragment of Voldemort inside him reaching for its master, yearning, pulling Harry toward the face on Quirrell's skull with a gravitational force that was physical, emotional, and magical all at once. "Come to me," the fragment whispered. "Come home." "No," Harry said. Quirrell turned back around. "No. That's your answer. My master offers you understanding, Harry. He offers you what no one else can, the truth about what you are." "I know what I am." "Do you?" Voldemort's voice came from behind Quirrell's head, but Quirrell's mouth moved in sync. They were connected so deeply that the boundary between them had blurred. "You carry a piece of my soul, boy. My power flows through your veins. Everything you are, the magic, the strength, the castle bending to your will, it's because of me." "It's not." "Then prove it." Quirrell stepped aside, revealing the mirror. "The stone is in there. Dumbledore's final protection, the mirror of Erist. Only someone who wants the stone but doesn't want to use it can retrieve it. My master cannot take it through me, because I want to use it." Quirrell's calm cracked, just slightly, and Harry saw something underneath: exhaustion, desperation, a man who'd been consumed from the inside out. "But you, Harry. You could take it. You could hold it. And then you could give it to us." "Why would I do that?" "Because I can give you what you want most." Voldemort's voice dropped to a whisper that cut through the pain like a blade through silk. "I can feel it through our connection. The loneliness. The not belonging. The hat rejected you, and the school doesn't know what to do with you, and you lie awake at night wondering if you'll ever fit anywhere." A pause. "I can make you fit, Harry. I can give you a name for the power inside you. I can teach you to use it, all of it, not just the scraps they let you practice in classrooms. You are the heir of my magic. Let me show you what that means." The words landed. Harry felt them, felt the seduction of them, the terrible, genuine appeal. Because Voldemort wasn't entirely lying. The loneliness was real. The not belonging was real. And the power, the dark, vast, intoxicating power that surged when the fragment amplified his magic, was real too. Harry looked at the mirror. His reflection stared back. But this time, it wasn't the vision he'd seen before, not his parents, not his friends, not the quartered crest. This time, his reflection was reaching into its pocket and pulling out a blood-red stone. The reflection winked. And Harry felt something heavy appear in his real pocket. The Philosopher's Stone. He had it. Dumbledore's protection had worked. Harry wanted the stone to protect it, not to use it, and the mirror had given it to him. Quirrell lunged. Harry threw himself sideways. Quirrell's hands closed on empty air. Voldemort screamed from the back of his head, a raw, furious sound, and Quirrell whirled, his wand slashing downward. A jet of red light struck the ground where Harry had been standing a half-second before. Harry drew his wand. Protego. The shield charm, another spell he'd learned from Hermione's books, months ahead of the curriculum, erupted from his wand in a burst of white light. Quirrell's next curse bounced off it and shattered a torch on the wall. "Give me the stone!" Quirrell shouted. The mask of calm was gone. He was desperate, frantic, Voldemort's will pushing through him like a fist through paper. "Take it from him!" Voldemort screamed. Quirrell grabbed Harry's wrist. And then something extraordinary happened. Where Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, the flesh began to burn. Not Harry's flesh, Quirrell's. Blisters erupted across Quirrell's fingers, spreading up his hand, and he shrieked and let go. His hand was raw, ruined, as if he'd plunged it into fire. "What?" Quirrell staggered back. "Kill him!" Voldemort howled. "Use the curse. Kill him!" Quirrell raised his wand. Harry didn't think. He dropped his own wand and lunged forward, pressing both hands against Quirrell's face. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Quirrell's skin cracked and peeled wherever Harry touched it. The man screamed, a sound beyond pain, beyond fear, the sound of a body being unmade. He clawed at Harry's hands, trying to break free, and everywhere he touched Harry, he burned. But Harry was burning too. Not physically, inside. The Horcrux was going wild, the fragment slamming against his mental walls with the force of a battering ram. The connection between Harry and Voldemort blazed open, a conduit of fire and darkness, and through it poured everything, Voldemort's rage, his fear, his desperate clinging to existence. And Harry's love. It poured back through the connection in the other direction. Not a weapon. Not a spell. Just, Mrs. Weasley's sweater against his skin. Ron's stupid, brave, beautiful sacrifice on the chessboard. Hermione's hand gripping his wrist in the library. Neville saying you're not alone. Draco choosing honesty over blood. Snape's voice cracking on his mother's name. The castle's hum, steady and ancient, saying yes, you belong, you belong, you belong. Voldemort screamed. The Horcrux screamed. And Harry held on. The chamber filled with light, not from his wand, not from any spell, but from Harry himself. It poured out of his skin, white gold and blinding, and Quirrell was dissolving under his hands, crumbling to ash, Voldemort's face shrieking from the back of his skull as the vessel that carried him disintegrated. Something tore free. A dark shape, formless, shrieking, barely visible, ripped itself from Quirrell's remains and hung in the air for a moment. Red eyes in a cloud of shadow. They fixed on Harry. This isn't over, boy. You are mine. I'm no one's, Harry whispered. The shape fled. Through the walls, through the stone, up and away and gone, and the chamber was empty except for Harry and a pile of ash and a cracked, empty mirror. Harry's legs gave out. He hit the ground. The stone was in his pocket, heavy and warm. His scar was a single point of white fire. His vision was fading. The last thing he felt was the castle's hum, rising, rising, wrapping around him like arms, like a heartbeat, like a voice saying hold on, hold on, hold on. Then darkness. Chapter 6, The Unsorted. Harry dreamed of water. Not the lake, something older. A vast, dark ocean that stretched in every direction, without shore, without sky, without horizon. He was floating in it, or maybe he was part of it, and the water was warm and held him the way the castle's hum held him, with patience and ancient, wordless recognition. Somewhere in the dark, a light was moving. Small, golden, pulsing, like a heartbeat made visible. Harry drifted toward it. The closer he got, the warmer the water became, and the more solid he felt, as if the light was reminding him that he had a body, had hands, had a name. The light resolved into a shape. A woman. Red hair floating around her face like seaweed, green eyes, his exact eyes, open and luminous and full of something so vast it made his chest ache. "Mum," Harry said. She didn't speak. But she reached out and pressed her hand against his forehead, against the scar, and where she touched him, the pain stopped. Not faded, stopped, completely, as if it had never existed. And in the silence left behind, Harry heard what he'd never been able to hear before, his own magic. Not the fragment. Not Voldemort's dark current. His own, bright and warm and wild, humming at the same frequency as the castle, singing in a key that belonged to no house and all houses and something older than either. Lily Potter smiled. She mouthed a word, or maybe she said it and the water carried it too slowly, stretching it into something felt rather than heard. Enough. He was enough. The light expanded. The ocean dissolved. Harry fell upward through layers of darkness, each one peeling away like a curtain, and the last thing he felt before consciousness hit was his mother's hand lifting from his scar, gentle as a kiss. He opened his eyes. White ceiling. White sheets. The smell of clean linen and something herbal, potions, healing salves. The hospital wing. Sunlight poured through tall windows, painting golden rectangles on the stone floor. Harry blinked against it, his eyes watering, and tried to move. Everything hurt. Not the sharp, screaming pain of the chamber, a duller, deeper ache, as if every cell in his body had been wrung out like a washcloth. His hands were bandaged. His throat was raw. And his scar was quiet. Not gone. He could still feel it, the raised line of tissue on his forehead, the familiar ridge under his fingertip when he reached up to touch it. But the whisper was absent. The cold, dark undercurrent that had been his constant companion since September, the Horcrux's presence, pressing against his thoughts, leaking emotion through the cracks, was silent. Not destroyed, Harry sensed. But diminished. Weakened. Driven deep underground by whatever had happened in the chamber, by the light that had poured out of him when he'd held on to Quirrell and let love do what magic couldn't. Ah! A voice from beside the bed. He returns to us. Harry turned his head. Dumbledore sat in a high-backed chair beside the bed, wearing robes of deep blue, his half-moon spectacles perched on his long nose. He looked tired, properly tired, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that sleep couldn't fix, but his eyes were bright and his smile was genuine. "How long?" Harry croaked. 3 days. Madame Pomfrey was quite firm that you were not to be disturbed. I've been overruled by that woman more times than I care to admit. Dumbledore shifted his chair closer. Your friends have been here constantly. Mr. Weasley woke from his concussion after 6 hours and immediately attempted to leave the hospital wing to find you. Miss Granger has been sleeping in the chair on your other side, she left for the first time 20 minutes ago, to eat breakfast. I believe Mr. Longbottom has watered your plant. Harry looked at the bedside table. The Mimbulus Mimbletonia was there, freshly watered, sitting next to a pile of chocolate frogs and a hand-drawn card that said "Get well soon Harry" in Ron's terrible handwriting. Beneath it, in smaller, neater letters, P.S. I told you chess was important. Harry's throat tightened. Ron. Is he? Mr. Weasley is perfectly fine. A mild concussion and a spectacular bruise, both of which Madame Pomfrey mended in short order. He's been telling anyone who'll listen about the chess match, and I suspect it will become a school legend by the end of the week. And Hermione? Unharmed. Though I believe she's added 17 new books to her personal reading list as a result of this experience. She described the evening's challenges to me in extraordinary detail and then critiqued the logic of Professor Snape's potion puzzle. Severus was, I understand, quietly flattered. Harry almost smiled. Then the heavier questions surfaced, and the almost smile faded. Quirrell's dead. Dumbledore's expression sobered. Yes. I killed him. No, Harry. Voldemort killed him. He was dead the moment he allowed Voldemort to share his body. What you did was defend yourself against a man, against a force, that intended to destroy you. The magic that protected you, that burned Quirrell at your touch, was your mother's sacrifice. Her love, living in your blood, acting as a shield against the darkest magic in existence. Dumbledore paused. You did not kill Quirinus Quirrell. You survived him. There is a profound difference. Harry stared at the ceiling. The sunlight moved slowly across the stone. The thing that came out of him. The shadow. That was Voldemort. What remains of him, yes. A wraith, a soul without a body, sustained by the Horcruxes he created. He fled the castle. He is out there, somewhere, weakened but not destroyed. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. He will try again, Harry. Not today. Not this year, perhaps. But he will try. Because of the Horcruxes. Dumbledore didn't blink. Didn't evade. For the first time, he looked at Harry not as a child to be managed but as a person who deserved the truth. Yes. Because of the Horcruxes. Including, he said gently, the one you carry. The word settled between them. Harry had known since Snape's overheard conversation months ago, but hearing Dumbledore say it directly, without euphemism or deflection, gave it a weight it hadn't had before. Is it weaker? Harry asked. The fragment. Since the chamber. It feels quieter. The confrontation forced Voldemort to pour his energy through the Horcrux connection, and your mother's protection repelled it. The fragment is still present, but it has been, for lack of a better word, scorched. Driven deeper. It will recover, in time. But you have time now that you didn't have before. Time for what? To learn. To grow. To become strong enough to face what's coming on your own terms. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, what you did in that chamber, the power you channeled, was not the Horcrux. It was not Voldemort's gift. It was yours. Your magic, amplified by love and sacrifice and a connection to this castle that I have spent 50 years studying and still do not fully understand. The Sorting Hat called you too powerful for any single house. I believe it was wrong. Harry frowned. Wrong? You are not too powerful for a house. You are too complete. The houses divide magic into categories: courage, wisdom, loyalty, cunning. Useful categories. Necessary, even, for the education and development of most young witches and wizards. But you, Harry, contain all four in a balance that the hat was not designed to accommodate. And the castle, which is older than the hat, older than the houses, older than the founders themselves, recognizes that balance as something precious. Something it was built to nurture. Morwenna Gaunt. Dumbledore sat back. The tired smile returned. Miss Granger has been thorough. She always is. What happened to Morwenna? That, Dumbledore said, is a story for another year. What I will tell you is this: Morwenna Gaunt was not destroyed. She was not exiled. She made a choice, a sacrifice, that shaped the future of this school in ways that are still unfolding. The Sorting Hat is part of her legacy. And so, Harry, are you. How? Patience. Dumbledore held up a hand. I promised I would tell you everything when the time was right. The time is not yet right, not because I don't trust you, but because some truths require a foundation of experience to bear their weight. You've built the beginning of that foundation this year. There is more to build. It was a deflection. Harry knew it. But unlike the evasions of September, this one came with an acknowledgement: I know I'm withholding things, and I know you know, and I respect you enough to say so. Harry let it go. For now. The stone, he said. Where is it? Destroyed. Dumbledore said it simply. Nicholas and I agreed that it was the safest course. The elixir of life will no longer be produced. Nicholas and Perenelle have enough stored to set their affairs in order, and then they will die. You destroyed it. Just like that. Just like that. The stone was a remarkable creation, but it had become a liability. As long as it existed, Voldemort would seek it. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do with power is let it go. Harry thought about that. About power held and power released and the difference between them. About the fragment in his scar, quiet now but still there, power he hadn't asked for, power he couldn't let go of yet, power that would define his life whether he wanted it to or not. One more question, Harry said. Always. Why did you leave the castle that night? You must have known Quirrell would make his move. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. I received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic, summoning me to London. I went, discovered it was a fabrication, and turned around immediately. I arrived back at Hogwarts in time to extract you from the underground chamber. He paused. Did I suspect the summons was a ruse? Yes. Did I go anyway, knowing it would leave the path open for Quirrell? Also yes. You used me as bait. The words hung in the air. Dumbledore didn't flinch from them. I gave you the tools, the cloak, the knowledge, the training, and I trusted you to use them. Had I stayed, Quirrell would never have attempted the stone, and we would still be locked in a stalemate, with Voldemort growing stronger inside his host and the Horcrux connection growing more dangerous by the day. Something had to force the confrontation. I wish I could tell you I had a better plan. I didn't. And if I died? Then I would have failed you, and your mother, and every principle I claim to stand for. Dumbledore's voice was quiet and utterly without artifice. I gambled with your life, Harry. I will not pretend otherwise. All I can say is that I believed, and still believe, that you are stronger than anyone gives you credit for. Including me. Harry looked at the old man for a long time. He saw the guilt. He saw the calculation. He saw the genuine, aching care underneath both, and the terrible clarity of a mind that could hold love and strategy simultaneously without letting either one corrupt the other. He didn't forgive Dumbledore. Not fully. Not yet. But he understood him, and understanding was a start. Thank you, Harry said. For being honest. Thank you for demanding it. Dumbledore stood, joints creaking. I'll send your friends in. I believe Mr. Weasley has been pacing outside the door for the better part of an hour. He walked to the door, paused, and turned back. Harry. The hat said you don't belong to any house. I've watched you for a year, and I've come to a different conclusion. His blue eyes were warm. You don't belong to any house because every house belongs to you. Never forget that. He left. The door burst open approximately 4 seconds later, and Ron Weasley hurtled through it like a human cannonball. You're awake. Ron grabbed the nearest chair, dragged it to the bedside with a shriek of metal on stone, and dropped into it. His forehead sported a fading bruise the color of a sunset, and his grin was wide enough to split his face. 3 days, Harry. 3 bloody days. Do you know what that's like? Sitting out there, waiting, Hermione reading books at me about magical comas and brain swelling. I didn't have brain swelling, and Madame Pomfrey threatening to hex me every time I tried to sneak in. I've been going mental. Ron's grin softened into something more serious. Don't do that again, all right? The nearly dying thing. I'm not built for it. I'll try. That's not a promise. No. It's not. Ron studied him for a moment, then nodded, accepting the honesty, accepting the uncertainty, accepting the implicit truth that this wasn't over and more near-deaths were probably in their future. Hermione's on her way. She went to the library first, of course she did. Because she wanted to bring you something. Wouldn't tell me what. Ron reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object. The Black Knight from his chess set, slightly scuffed, worn smooth at the edges from months of being carried. You still have yours? Harry reached under his pillow. The matching piece was there, he didn't remember putting it there, but the castle had a way of knowing what he needed close. He held it up. Ron knocked his knight against Harry's with a quiet click. Knights don't move in straight lines, Ron said. No. They don't. The door opened again. Hermione entered at a walk, which for Hermione in a state of emotional intensity was the equivalent of anyone else sprinting. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hair was wilder than usual, and she was carrying a book in what appeared to be a rolled-up parchment. She set both on the bedside table. Then she sat on the edge of the bed, took Harry's bandaged hand in both of hers, and said nothing for a long moment. Her grip was tight enough to hurt, and Harry let it hurt, because the pain meant she was real and he was alive and they were here. You absolute idiot, she said finally. Her voice was thick. You magnificent, reckless, impossible idiot. Good to see you too, Hermione. She laughed. It was a wet, shaky sound, and she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and straightened up. I have 2 things. First, the book. She held it up. The anonymous journal, the one about Horcruxes. I went back to it after the chamber. The pages about destroying Horcruxes, the ones I told you were torn out, they're back. Back. They reappeared. Overnight. As if whatever enchantment was hiding them decided it was time. She opened the journal to the newly revealed pages. There are ways to destroy a Horcrux, Harry. Difficult, dangerous, but possible. Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. And one other method, the journal calls it willing separation. It says a Horcrux housed in a living vessel can be separated without destroying the vessel, if the vessel's own magic is strong enough to expel the fragment. Strong enough, Harry repeated. How strong? The journal doesn't give specifics. But Harry, what you did in the chamber, the light, the power that burned Quirrell, that was your magic, not the Horcruxes. If you can learn to channel that deliberately, to direct it inward instead of outward, I could push it out. Theoretically. It would take years of practice. Maybe more. But the path exists. Hermione's eyes were fierce with hope. You're not stuck with it forever. Harry let that sink in. The fragment, quiet in its scorched retreat, didn't stir. But the knowledge that there was a door, even a distant, difficult, theoretical door, changed the shape of the cage. What's the second thing? Harry asked. Hermione unrolled the parchment. It was a genealogical chart, a family tree, meticulously drawn, stretching back centuries. At the top, the House of Gaunt. Branching lines descended through generations, names connected by marriage lines and birth lines, and Harry traced them downward through the centuries until he stopped. Near the bottom of the chart, two lines converged. One descended from Morwenna Gaunt, through centuries of Gaunts and Slytherins and intermarriages. The other descended from a separate branch, the Peverils, an ancient family whose name Harry didn't recognize. The lines met at a single name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Voldemort. And from the Peveril line, a separate branch descended, through the Potters. We're related, Harry said. His voice sounded far away. Voldemort and I. We're related. Distantly. Very distantly, centuries of separation. But yes. Both lines trace back to the Founders' era. The Gaunts from Slytherin. The Peverils, and through them, the Potters, from Gryffindor. Hermione pointed to the top of the chart. And Morwenna Gaunt stands at the intersection. She was descended from Slytherin, but she belonged to all four houses. Just like you. The hat knew, Harry murmured. It recognized the bloodline. The pattern. 1,000 years later, the same thing happening again. Not the same thing. Hermione rolled up the parchment. You're not Morwenna. You have something she didn't, or at least, something we have no record of her having. What? Us. Hermione said it simply. Morwenna was alone. The Founders fought over her. She had no one who was just on her side, for her own sake, with no agenda. She gestured between herself and Ron. You do. Ron cleared his throat. What she said. But, you know, less eloquently. Because I'm mostly here for the chess and the emotional support. And the chocolate frogs, Harry added. And the chocolate frogs. Ron grinned. Someone had to eat them while you were unconscious. Quality control. Harry laughed. It hurt his ribs and pulled at his bandaged hands, and it was the best thing he'd felt in days. Madame Pomfrey kept Harry in the hospital wing for 2 more days. During that time, a steady stream of visitors passed through, some expected, some not. Neville came first, clutching a herbology book and a fresh pot of soil for the Mimbulus Mimbletonia. He sat with Harry for an hour and didn't talk about the chamber or the troll or the Horcrux. Instead, he talked about plants. The medicinal properties of Dittany. The proper soil pH for venomous tentacula. The life cycle of the Whomping Willow. It was the most peaceful hour Harry had spent in months, and when Neville left, Harry realized the boy had done it deliberately, given him an hour of normalcy in a life that had precious little of it. "Thanks, Neville," Harry said at the door. Neville smiled. "I told you Mimbulus Mimbletonia was lucky." Fred and George came next, bearing a toilet seat. "We stole it from the third-floor bathroom," Fred explained. "Thought it'd cheer you up." "Why would a toilet seat cheer me up?" "Dunno. It cheered us up stealing it. Thought the feeling might be transferable." George leaned in conspiratorially. "Word around the castle is you fought you-know-who in an underground chamber and won. That true?" "More or less." "Brilliant. Can we tell people you used a toilet seat?" "Absolutely not. We're going to tell people you used a toilet seat." They left the toilet seat on his bedside table. Madame Pomfrey confiscated it within the hour, but the memory of it made Harry smile every time he looked at the empty spot. Hagrid came, enormous and red-eyed, carrying a leather-bound photo album. "Made it myself," Hagrid said, shoving the album into Harry's hands with a gentleness that was almost comical given his size. "Wrote to everyone who knew your parents. Got photos. Thought yet, well. Thought yet wanted." Harry opened the album. The first page held a photograph of James and Lily Potter on their wedding day, young, laughing, radiant, throwing handfuls of confetti at each other while friends cheered around them. They moved in the photo, as wizarding photos did, and Harry watched his parents laugh and hold each other, and the grief that rose in him was so vast and so clean that it felt almost like joy. "Thank you, Hagrid," Harry whispered. "This is the best thing anyone's ever given me." Hagrid blew his nose into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief and had to be led out by Madame Pomfrey. The most unexpected visitor came on the second evening. Draco Malfoy slipped into the hospital wing after hours, moving with the practiced stealth of someone who'd been sneaking around after curfew since September. He stood at the foot of Harry's bed with his hands in his pockets and an expression that was trying very hard to be casual and failing completely. "Potter. Malfoy. You look terrible." "I feel terrible." "Good. That's what you get for fighting dark wizards without inviting me." Draco pulled the chair closer and sat down, crossing one ankle over the other with studied nonchalance. "I heard what happened. All of it. Ron, Weasley, told me. We had a conversation." "You and Ron had a conversation. Don't look so shocked. It was mostly him threatening to curse me if I ever betrayed you. I found it oddly touching." Draco's mask slipped, and underneath it was something raw and uncertain and young. "My father knows what happened. He's furious. The ministry petition has been quietly withdrawn. Hard to argue that you're a danger to other students when you've just stopped the Dark Lord from returning. But he's not giving up. He'll find another angle. I know. I want you to know that I won't help him. Whatever he plans. I can't be what he wants me to be." Draco's voice was barely above a whisper. "I don't know what I am yet. But I know what I'm not." Harry looked at Draco, this pale, sharp-featured, desperately conflicted boy who'd been raised to be a weapon and was choosing, at 11 years old, to be a person instead. The cost of that choice was written in every tense line of his body, every carefully controlled tremor of his voice. "You don't have to know what you are," Harry said. "Trust me on that one." Something passed between them, not friendship, exactly, not yet, but the recognition of a shared condition. Two boys who didn't fit the roles they'd been given. Two boys choosing their own definitions. Draco stood. "I should go before Pomfrey catches me." "Draco." Malfoy stopped at the door. Turned back. It was the first time Harry had used his first name. "You've got a seat at our table," Harry said. "If you want it. The offer stands." Draco's throat moved. He nodded once, sharp, quick, not trusting himself to speak, and disappeared into the corridor. Harry was released from the hospital wing on the morning of the last day of term. He dressed in his plain black robes, no crest, no tie, no house colors, and walked through the castle for what he knew would be the last time until September. The corridors were buzzing. Students were packing, saying goodbye, making promises to write over the summer. The 4 house hourglasses in the entrance hall displayed the final point totals. Slytherin was in the lead, as they apparently had been for the last 7 years, and the Great Hall had been decorated in green and silver for the end-of-year feast. Harry walked through it all like a ghost. Not invisible, people saw him, nodded, some smiled, some looked away, but apart. Between. The way he'd been all year. The hum of the castle was different today. Lower. Slower. Almost sad, if stone could be sad. Harry pressed his hand against the wall near the entrance to the Great Hall and felt the vibration under his palm, and it felt like a goodbye. "I'll come back," Harry whispered. "I promise." The wall warmed. The hum steadied. A promise accepted. The Great Hall was packed. Every student was present, the 4 house tables full, the high table occupied by every teacher. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at the 4 tables, each one decorated in its house colors, each one representing a family he'd been allowed to visit but never to join. He walked to the Gryffindor table and sat next to Ron. Hermione was at the Ravenclaw table, but she caught his eye and smiled. Neville was across from them, the fading remnants of his regrown eyebrows giving him a permanently surprised expression. At the Slytherin table, Draco sat with his back very straight, not looking at anyone in particular, but Harry saw his eyes flick over once, briefly, and the faintest nod. Dumbledore stood. "Another year gone," he said, and the hall quieted. "And what a year it has been. Before we begin the feast, I have a few last-minute points to award." Murmuring. The Slytherins shifted smugly. They were 40 points ahead of Gryffindor, the nearest competitor. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points. The Gryffindor table exploded. Ron went scarlet from his collar to his hairline. Fred and George pounded the table. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. The Ravenclaws erupted. Hermione buried her face in her hands, but she was smiling so hard the edges of it escaped through her fingers. Third, to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Neville went rigid. Every eye in the hall turned to him. He looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him whole. For standing by his friends when it would have been easier to walk away, and for showing us all that courage comes in many forms, 10 points. It was a small number. The Gryffindors cheered anyway, not for the points, but for Neville, who was blinking rapidly and gripping the edge of the table and looking, for the first time all year, like he believed the sorting hat had put him in the right place. Dumbledore waited for the noise to die down. Then his gaze found Harry. And finally, to Mr. Harry Potter. The hall went silent. Not gradually, instantly, completely, as if someone had turned off a switch. Every face turned to Harry. He sat very still on the Gryffindor bench in his plain black robes, crestless, tieless, belonging to nobody and everybody. Mr. Potter entered this school under circumstances that no student has faced in 1,000 years. He was told, in front of all of you, that he didn't belong. He was given no house, no crest, no team. He was watched, whispered about, feared, and judged by people who'd never spoken a word to him. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, but it carried to every corner of the hall. And in the face of all of that, he chose kindness. He chose courage. He chose loyalty. He chose wisdom. He chose, again and again, to be defined by his actions rather than by a label he was never given. The silence was absolute. For pure nerve and outstanding courage in the face of an evil that most grown wizards would not dare to name, 60 points. The noise that erupted wasn't from one table. It came from everywhere, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and scattered, grudging, but real pockets of the Slytherin table. The sound built and built, rolling through the hall like thunder, and Harry sat in the middle of it and felt it wash over him, not like a wave, but like the castle's hum made audible, made human, made his. The points put Gryffindor over the top. The green and silver decorations vanished, replaced by red and gold, and the Gryffindor table went berserk. But that wasn't the part Harry would remember. The part he would remember was what happened next. It started with Neville. He stood up at the Gryffindor table, red-faced and trembling, and he started to clap. Not the polite, obligatory applause that followed a speech, a slow, deliberate, full-handed clap, each beat distinct and intentional. Hermione stood up at the Ravenclaw table. She clapped too. Fred and George rose at the Gryffindor table. Then the rest of the Gryffindor first years, Seamus, Dean, Lavender, even Parvati. Then the Hufflepuffs, Hannah Abbott first, then Ernie Macmillan, then most of the table. The Ravenclaws followed, rising in twos and threes. Terry Boot, Harry noticed, stood up too. His face was complicated, conflicted, but he was standing. The Slytherins were last. Most stayed seated, arms crossed. But in the middle of their table, Draco Malfoy stood. He didn't look at his housemates. He didn't ask permission. He just stood, chin up, and clapped. Not everyone followed him. Crabbe and Goyle stared in confusion. Flint scowled. Not looked away. But a few of the younger Slytherins, the ones who hadn't yet calcified into their parents' prejudices, rose with Draco. 5. 6. A handful. A handful was enough. Harry sat on the Gryffindor bench as the great hall rose around him, not all of it, not perfectly, not without holdouts and skeptics and people who would go home and tell their parents that the unsorted boy was a menace, but enough. More than enough. A castle full of teenagers who'd spent a year watching him and had decided, in this moment, to say, "We see you. You're one of us." Ron elbowed him. "Stand up, you prat. They're clapping for you." Harry stood. The noise intensified. He didn't know what to do with his hands. He wasn't a speech giver, wasn't a performer, wasn't someone who knew how to accept the good things that happened to him. So he just stood there, in his plain black robes, and let it be. Dumbledore caught his eye from the high table. The headmaster raised his goblet in a private, silent toast. Beside him, McGonagall was dabbing her eyes with a tartan handkerchief she was pretending didn't exist. And at the far end of the table, Snape was sitting with his arms crossed and his face expressionless, but he hadn't left, and he hadn't looked away, and that was its own kind of standing ovation. The feast that followed was the best of the year. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, but people from every house drifted over, Ravenclaws bringing questions about the chamber, Hufflepuffs bringing desserts, even a Slytherin second year who'd been in a group that stood with Draco, who shook Harry's hand solemnly and said, "My sister says you're all right." "I think she's right." Hermione migrated from Ravenclaw to sit on Harry's other side, and nobody said a word about it. The house tables, for one night, were guidelines rather than laws. After the feast, Harry made his rounds. He visited each common room one last time, Gryffindor first, where the party was still going and Fred and George had enchanted the furniture to dance. Then Ravenclaw, where the Eagle Knocker asked him, "What is the thing that all men share but no man wants?" and Harry said, "Growing up," and the door swung open. Then Hufflepuff, where Professor Sprout met him at the entrance and hugged him and said, "Come back in September, dear. The plants will miss you." And finally, briefly, Slytherin. He didn't go inside, but he stood outside the entrance to the dungeons, and Draco came out to meet him. They stood in the cold corridor and didn't say much. They didn't need to. The year had built something between them, not friendship, exactly, but the scaffolding of one. The frame waiting for walls. "Summer's going to be terrible," Draco said. "For both of us. Write to me. If you can. My father monitors my post, but I have a private owl he doesn't know about. Hedwig can find anyone. Then use her." Draco hesitated. Then he extended his hand, Not the way he had on the first night, calculated and precise, but uncertain, genuine, his fingers slightly unsteady. "See you in September, Potter." Harry took his hand and shook it. "See you in September, Malfoy." Draco turned and went back into the Slytherin common room. Harry watched him go and thought about lions and snakes and the spaces between them where something new could grow. He went back to his own room last. Isolde was awake in her portrait, reading by candlelight, and she looked up when Harry approached. "Last night," she said. "Last night. The castle will miss you." "I'll miss it too." Isolde studied him with her calm, dark eyes. "You're different from when you arrived, Mr. Potter. Taller, yes, you've grown at least an inch. But it's more than that. You're more settled. More yourself." "I didn't know who myself was in September." "Do you know now?" Harry thought about it. "No. But I know who my friends are. And I know what I'm willing to fight for. Maybe that's enough for now." Isolde smiled. "Password?" "Hedwig." The portrait swung open. Harry went inside for the last time. His trunk was packed. Hedwig dozed on the windowsill. The room was neat, stripped of personality, ready for the summer vacancy. But the walls were warm, and the hum was there, and when Harry pressed his hand flat against the stone, the whole castle seemed to lean into him. He stood there for a long time, feeling the vibration through his palm, listening to the ancient heartbeat of a building that had been standing for 1,000 years and would stand for 1,000 more. "Thank you," Harry said. "For the doors that opened. For the stairs that held. For the hum." He paused. "For seeing me when nobody else did." The hum deepened. The torches brightened. And somewhere in the vast, living architecture of Hogwarts, a stone shifted, imperceptible, unmeasurable, but real, making room. The next morning, Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express. The platform was chaos, students dragging trunks, owls shrieking, parents waving. Harry found a compartment near the back and stowed his trunk. Ron appeared almost immediately, followed by Hermione, followed by Neville and his toad, followed, to everyone's surprise, by Draco, who stood in the compartment doorway looking like he was considering several different escape routes. "Room for one more?" Draco asked. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. Neville looked at everyone. "Sit down, Malfoy," Ron said. "But if you insult my family even once, I'm throwing you off the train." "Fair enough, Weasley. Your sweater is appalling, by the way." "That's not an insult. That's a fact." Draco sat. The train lurched forward. The platform slid away, and Hogwarts Castle appeared in the window, distant, golden in the morning light, its towers catching the sun like raised hands. Harry watched it shrink. His scar was quiet. His pocket held a chess piece, a journal, and a small vial that Snape had pressed into his hand that morning without explanation, a potion, Harry would later discover, that dulled the connection between Horcrux and host. A final act of protection from a man who would never, ever admit that he cared. The castle disappeared behind a hill. Harry turned back to the compartment. Ron was teaching Draco exploding snap and losing. Hermione had a book open on her lap and was pretending not to watch them. Neville's toad was sitting on his head, and Neville had either not noticed or decided not to care. These were his people. His house. Not Gryffindor, not Ravenclaw, not Hufflepuff, not Slytherin. Something new. Something the Sorting Hat hadn't had a name for, because it hadn't existed until Harry built it, one friendship at a time, one choice at a time, one act of stubborn, defiant, unreasonable love at a time. The unsorted. Harry leaned back in his seat, watched the countryside roll past, and smiled. The train carried them south, away from magic and toward a summer that would be long and difficult and necessary. But September would come. The castle would be waiting. The hum would be there, steady as a heartbeat, ancient as stone. And Harry Potter, unsorted, undefined, carrying light and darkness in equal measure, would walk back through those doors and the stones would know his name, and the doors would open, and the stairs would hold. He was enough. He had always been enough.